Chapter 1512. A light shield appeared, enveloping the entire town. On top of the city wall, the town mayor looked down at Zichun with fear lingering in his heart. There was a sinister look on his ugly face. This time they had suffered heavy losses. Zichun raised his head to look at the mayor and smiled at him. "Humph! Let's see if you can still smile when the reinforcements come." The mayor snorted. On the original battlefield, there were many battle spirit corpses left. Manshur and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. After a while, Wu Xie returned with an ugly expression. "How was it?" Zichun asked. "We lost 5 people and 8 were seriously injured," Wu Xie said. This was expected from the beginning. Even though the human side was full of geniuses, there would still be casualties in the face of battle spirits, several times their number. The battle was not over, so it was not the time to be sad. Zichun nodded and said, "Let the 8 seriously injured people heal faster." "Okay." Wu Xie turned and left. Zichun waved his hand and said, "Wait, call Manshur over." Manshur soon arrived. Zichun directly ordered, "Take a few people and destroy these resource mines." There were no longer any battle spirits stationed in the resource mines, so there was no need for the whole team to go. As soon as Manshur left, the twins came to Zichun's side. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Speed up." Zichun looked at the two and said, "We promise to complete the mission." The two said loudly. Outside the town, Zichun led his people to retreat. This made the battle spirits on the city wall stunned. Zichun left, but a few battle beasts stayed. These were not ordinary battle beasts. Each of them was a high-level life form with extremely powerful battle strength. What are they doing? The battle spirits did not understand why they left these high-level life forms behind. On the east and west side of the town stood Guwen and Ma Yingqiang. The two of them were in the air, forming seals with their hands. A rays appeared in front of them and fell in all directions. The two of them were some distance away from the town, so the battle spirits in the town did not notice them. This was something that Zichun had long since anticipated. He would first use his powerful strength to frighten the battle spirits, then enter the town to defend and wait for reinforcements to arrive. While waiting for reinforcements, it was time for the twins to strike. The two of them had to set up a grand formation to destroy the town as soon as possible. After retreating, Zichun headed to the back of the town. Along the way, he saw some battle spirit corpses. More than 10 miles away, Zichun saw Hidden Fog Shadows Group of 5, as well as several powerful beasts such as the Aurora Pegasus. This was also one of Zichun's backup plans. Before the battle ended, he sent these people to kill the alien battle spirits that tried to send messages. When Zichun arrived, Hidden Mist and the others came forward. Zichun asked, "How is it?" Hidden Mist said, "Kill all the war spirits that tried to report. Leave no one alive." Zichun ordered, "Good. Thank you for your hard work. Next, your task is to kill all the spies that try to come here to check the situation." The few of them nodded and then scattered to hide. When Zichun returned to the town again, 2 hours had passed. The two brothers, who were originally setting up the formation in the east and west, had already returned to the north and south. After returning, Zichun signaled Shan Lei to go to Hidden Mist, and then sent several cultivators who were good at speed. Finally, he sent Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong's task was to plant some ancient trees within a range of dozens of miles. These ancient trees had the same function as the mountain spirits, mainly responsible for surveillance. While planting the ancient trees, Shang Guanhong would also release the mountain spirits that he carried with him, which could play a good role in surveillance. In just one day, a dense forest and mountain range appeared within a range of dozens of miles of the town. Hidden Mist and the others had been hiding in the dark and witnessed the formation of the mountain range in a day. Looking at the towering ancient trees, they were all full of admiration for Shang Guanhong. Sure enough, the people who followed Zichun were all extraordinary. Today, for example, the twins and Shang Guanhong played a much greater role than they did. In just one day, the twins finished setting up the formation, and the entire town was covered by the formation. In the formation, fog rose out of thin air, blocking everything. Are they going to use a great formation? Humph. My defensive light barrier is not something a mere human formation can break. Seeing the fog appear out of thin air, the mayor coldly snorted, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He was very confident in the defense of the formation. After hearing the mayor's words, the war spirits who were originally slightly panicked also relaxed. Outside the town, in the formation, the twins appeared again. The higher life forms that had previously transformed into beasts had all retreated. The two looked at each other, nodded, and waved their hands. Boom! Boom! Outside the town, there was a rumbling sound. The earth shook, and even the town was shaking. The war spirits, who had just calmed down, had a change in expression again. The mayor waved his hand and said calmly and confidently, "Everyone, don't panic. This is a human breaking the formation, but I can be sure that the defensive light barrier is indestructible. Now, we just need to wait for reinforcements to arrive and then go out and kill all the humans in one fell swoop." All the war spirits cheered in unison, and they relaxed. Before the twins broke the formation, the rumbling sound was caused by the appearance of the mountain peaks with mountain spirits. Under the control of the two brothers, mountain peaks appeared one after another, surrounding the town so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was a flat formation platform above each mountain peak. After ensuring that there were mountain spirits under all the platforms, the two brothers immediately flew into the sky and activated the formation. The formation was instantly activated. The flat formation platform began to glow, and then a beam of light shot out from it. This beam of light landed on the mountain peak below, connecting with the mountain spirits in it. As the flat array platforms were activated, thousands upon thousands of light beams appeared within the array formations. These light beams all connected with the mountain spirits in the mountain peak below. Then, another beam of light appeared on the formation platform. This beam of light was no longer vertical, but slanted upward, straight into the sky. Many light beams shot into the sky, shooting toward the huge mountain peak floating in the sky. That was the mountain peak that the Mountain Spirit King had manifested. This formation was set up by the two brothers specifically for the Mountain Spirit King. Its main purpose was to fuse with the Mountain Spirit King. They temporarily drew out the power of many mountain spirits and fused it into the Mountain Spirit King's body, allowing the Mountain Spirit King to instantly erupt with terrifying and boundless destructive power. Thousands of light beams landed on the mountain peak, and the mountain peak began to tremble violently. Then a violent aura emerged from the mountain peak. Under this violent aura, tornadoes appeared out of thin air in the entire formation. The tornadoes raged and rumbled. The war spirits in the town thought that it was a human breaking the formation. Such a small amount of power caused them to laugh and laugh. At this moment, everyone in the outside world could clearly see what was happening in the formation. It was like the end of the world. The sky and earth changed color, and under the raging destructive power, a small town was in imminent danger. The power around the Mountain Spirit King had reached a limit. The twins looked at each other and nodded. Then they moved the seal in their hands again. The mountain peak trembled and then fell down like a divine mountain falling from the sky. With terrifying power and a sharp whistle, it smashed into the town below. Boom! A loud sound came from the formation. The ground within a radius of hundreds of miles trembled. The town, which had taken the Mountain Spirit King's powerful attack, trembled even more violently. The entire town sank a meter because of it. The light shield was shaking violently, and so was the town. Many war spirits, standing on the city wall, rolled down the wall in the shaking. In the town, many buildings collapsed as the town shook. Clouds of smoke and dust rose. The ashen-faced mayor appeared on the city wall again. Looking at the foggy outside world, his face was full of shock. Although the town's defense was not as good as the Starry Sky City's defense, it was still not something that could be breached by ordinary forces. However, the attack just now had clearly reached the limit of what the light shield could withstand. How on earth did these humans do it? Just as the mayor was puzzled, the Mountain Spirit King's second attack arrived. This attack was even more powerful. It instantly reached the limit of the town's light shield. More buildings collapsed, and cries of agony rang out in the small town. The entire light barrier distorted, and cracks appeared on it. How could this be? The mayor looked up and saw the cracks. His face was full of horror. The Mountain Spirit King's third attack arrived. The defensive light shield above the town exploded. The indestructible light shield was broken in 3 attacks. Terrifying energy raged in the town. All the war spirits were in despair. Outside the formation, Zichen and the others looked indifferently at the town inside the formation. The twins' expressions were also very indifferent. After the formation was broken, they controlled the Mountain Spirit King to rise into the air again and then fall down again. This mountain peak directly covered the entire town. After it fell, its area completely covered the town. Boom! After the 4th attack, the town disappeared. A giant mountain peak appeared where the town used to be. Many of the war spirits were smashed into the ground. Immediately after, the 5th and 6th attacks left a huge crater in the ground. The town in the crater had long been reduced to ruins. However, the wails of the war spirits could still be heard from time to time. After the 6th attack, there were not many war spirits left in the town. However, the formation was not broken. The giant mountain peak rose into the air again. However, this time it did not fall down. On the surface of the many small mountains, black holes began to appear. Chains of energy shot out from these black holes. Shooting towards the deep pits in search of battle spirits with life auras, Kunming Town was destroyed. In 2 days, thousands of war spirits were all killed. Hammer saw this scene with his own eyes. He was extremely shocked. At the cost of 5 people, he destroyed a town with thousands of war spirits. Zi Chen's various calculations and rational use of the people and things around him impressed him. Chapter 1513. Kunming Town was thus destroyed with no survivors. On the 9th floor of Tongyu Tower, the cultivators who witnessed the battle with their own eyes were all shocked. Destroyed just like that. It's unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe this result? Losing 5 people and annihilating thousands of enemy battle spirits. This is a unique and glorious achievement in the Nether Realm. The people in the outside world all sighed, admiring Zi Chen's strong leadership skills. However, there were still 2 mountains floating above their heads. One was Starry Sky City, and the other was the small town along the way. There was no doubt that there were 2 fierce battles waiting for Zi Chen's group. The small town had been turned into a deep pit. Shentiandio came to Zi Chen's side and asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's rest for a few more days." Zi Chen turned around and looked at the excited cultivators around him. He shook his head and said, "No, we need to take the initiative." Shentiandio was stunned. "Take the initiative?" Zi Chen sighed. "We don't have much time left. We need to take down the last town as soon as possible and then fight all the battle spirits in Starry Sky City to the death." Shentiandio asked, "What should we do?" Zi Chen said, "Let's give everyone half a day to recover, then listen to my orders." Everyone recovered their energy, and Zi Chen went to the place where Shangguan Hong and the others were guarding. During this time, Zi Chen brought the twins with him. Zi Chen, Shang Guanhong, walked out from the forest, her body emitting a green light. She looked like a fairy. Looking at Shang Guanhong, Zi Chen asked, "How is it?" Shang Guanhong walked to Zi Chen's side and said, "Several waves of battle spirit scouts came, but they've all been killed." The two chatted for a while. During this time, Zi-chun gave Shangguanhong some instructions. Then he said, "We'll go first. You guys follow us later." "Okay," the three replied. The others were still recovering, and Zi-chin called Hidden Mist, Lightning Flash, and 10 others. The 11 of them went first and directly went to the last town. "Kill all the battle spirits along the way. Don't let a single one pass through," Zi-chin instructed. The 10 of them all nodded. The last town was called Bright Stream Town. Currently, there were more than 10,000 battle spirits stationed there. This was the last line of defense leading to the Starry Sky City. After knowing that the humans had broken in, they had already moved all the human slaves away, leaving only the battle spirit army. It had been 3 days since Kunming Town last sent back news. According to the news, Kunming Town had already clashed head-on with the humans. However, as for the outcome of the battle, the news had not spread. During this period of time, the leader of the team in Mingxi Town had already sent out several waves of scouts to investigate. However, it had already been 3 days and not a single person had returned. In the small town, in the mayor's mansion, a group of battle spirits were having a meeting in the hall. The leader of this group was the leader from Starry Sky City, Hughesworth. He was the highest-ranking leader and sat at the head of the table. As for the mayor, he sat at the second seat. The news has not been sent back. Something must have happened. Perhaps Kunming Town is already in danger. I think we need to send an army there since the news has not been sent back. A middle-aged battle spirit below said. Another battle spirit hesitated for a moment before saying, "That might not be the case. It is said that the human team only has 100 people. Kunming Town has thousands of people, with an advantage of dozens of times. How could they not be able to kill a mere 100 humans? Then the news of the victory has not been sent back. What is going on?" The first battle spirit asked. "Perhaps this is a plot by the humans. They've spread out and deliberately intercepted our scouts to give us the wrong impression that we're sending reinforcements. Once our reinforcements leave Brightstream Town, they'll suddenly charge in and slaughter us crazily before fleeing." Next, several more battle spirits spoke up and made predictions about various possibilities. However, they did not guess that Kunming Town had already been breached. Shuswath sat at the head of the table and tapped his fingers on the table. He did not say a word, and his expression was relatively calm. A moment later, he stopped the discussion of the battle spirits and waved his hand. "No matter what the situation is, there are only 100 humans. No matter how strong they are, they will definitely die under the encirclement of dozens of battle spirits. If Cook can't even do this, then he can't blame anyone for his death. We will not send reinforcements for now. Let's wait for 2 more days and send some scouts to pay close attention to the movements in Kunming Town. Once there is news, report it immediately." Shuswath made the final decision. Just like that, the entire army waited for another 2 days. The scouts sent out during these 2 days were all killed by Zi-chin and the others. On the 3rd day, there was still no news. The calm Shuswath could no longer sit still. However, at this moment, a subordinate reported that they had discovered traces of humans. "The humans have finally appeared. How many of them are there?" Shuswath stood up instantly and his gaze became sharp. Like Cook, he needed battle achievements. Now that the humans had appeared, he could not be bothered to care about what happened to Kunming Town. It did not matter whether the humans had escaped here or killed their way here. What Shuswath needed to do was to make the humans stay here forever. Facing Shuswath's sharp gaze, his subordinate felt pressured and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He braced himself and said, "The number of humans discovered is less than 40. 40? Humph! After seeing the Battle of Kunming Town, they lost 60. Shuswath snorted and said, "Pass down my order. Assemble the army. I want to destroy these humans." Soon, an army of 5,000 people was gathered outside Mingxi Town. 5,000 against 40. This was an obvious suppression. Shuswath's move was naturally to show the strength of his side. It had been 2 hours since the previous news. After that, there was no more news from the humans. However, Shuswap, who was already prepared, was not in a hurry at all. Another hour passed, and finally, traces of humans appeared in his line of sight. Those humans came in twos and threes, and they came from several directions. Looking at their sneaky appearance, they were probably here to launch a sneak attack. However, after seeing the foreign race army that had been waiting for a long time, everyone was stunned in the next moment. "Haha, humans, do you dare to fight?" Seeing those stunned humans, Shuswap became more confident in killing them and could not help but laugh proudly. The gazes of those people subconsciously turned towards their leader, who is none other than Zichin. "You're the leader. Do you dare to fight?" Shuswap looked at Zichin with contempt. From afar, Shuswap could see the expression of the human leader. It was very hesitant and tangled. Shuswap had seen countless people and immediately guessed what they were thinking from their expressions. They were here to launch a sneak attack, but they were exposed and wanted to escape at this moment. "Humans are just slaves in our eyes. I thought you would be stronger, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly." Shuswap waved his hand and said disdainfully, "If that's the case, then get lost. Get as far away as possible. Otherwise, my army will trample you to death." Shuswap's arrogant attitude made all the humans change their expressions. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichin again. Zichin's face was filled with shame and anger. He snorted and said, "Let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" After saying that, Zichin walked toward Shuswap, and the other humans also began to move forward. Zichin stopped when he was 100 meters away from Shuswap. The other humans stopped when they were 100 meters away from Zichin. Zichin looked at Shuswap and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am." Shuswap directly interrupted Zichin and said, "It doesn't matter what you are called. Remember my name. I am Shuswap. Today I will cut off your head." Zichin was naturally angry after being humiliated like this. He shouted at Shuswap, "War Spirit, don't be so proud. Let me tell you, I was the one who injured Cook. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Oh, you can injure Cook. Looks like you have some tricks up your sleeve." Shuswap narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully, "But I'm not that idiot Cook. Today I said that I will cut off your head, so I will." The conversation ended there, and the two of them began to surge with aura. After feeling the aura of Zichin's level 6 war spirit, Shuswap shook his head in disdain. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. The head of the hammer was bigger than the one used by Manshur. Waves of otherworldly power surged from the hammerhead. He urged the exotic beast under him and headed toward Zichin. Zichin held the scabbard tightly and also headed toward Shuswap. He had just started to move forward, but it slowly turned into a trot. Soon the two of them met. "Die!" Shuswap roared, and a powerful destructive aura emerged from the head of the hammer. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it toward Zichin. Whoosh! Zichin also drew his saber in an instant. A sharp saber light appeared, and a crazy killing intent swept out. Puff! Pum! Two sounds rang out almost at the same time. The saber light in Zichin's hand swept past Shuswap's arm and instantly cut off his arm. At the same time, Shuswap's hammerhead also smashed into Zichin's chest, directly sending Zichin flying. Zichin was also coughing up blood when he was sent flying. Leader, seeing that Zichin was seriously injured and sent flying, the human cultivators' expressions changed, and they shouted in unison. Similarly, seeing Shuswap's arm cut off, the other races behind also shouted. Zichin, who was sent flying, rolled a few times after landing, but he quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. He laughed loudly. "Haha, I cut off that idiot's arm. That idiot really thought that I was so easy to bully." Puff! Before Zichin finished speaking, he coughed up blood again, but he ignored his injury and laughed loudly, looking very proud. Hearing the humans' proud laughter and ridicule, Shuswap was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Wasn't it just a broken arm? Soon a new one will grow, but it seems that your injury can't be healed quickly. Again, Shuswap roared, stopping his subordinates who were rushing forward. Chen turned back, his face pale, but the smile on his face did not fade. He pointed at Shuswap's nose from afar and said, "Are you an idiot? I've already won and cut off your arm. I don't have time to play with you now." Chapter 15:14. With a single sentence, Chen turned around and fled. He did not even care about his subordinates and was scared witless. He was in a very sorry state, although Shuswap dared not say that he had seen countless people. He had seen countless battle spirits. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless leader. Even when he saw Chen running away in a sorry state, he did not feel proud at all. Instead, he was trembling with anger. That was too shameless. He did not have the demeanor of a leader at all. His arm was actually cut off by such a shameless guy. Shuswap's injury was not serious, but his face was hurt. He was furious. Chen ran, and the dozens of humans also ran. Each one was faster than the next, and each one looked more sorry than the last. Soon, only a few black figures were left in their line of sight. "Haha, what an idiot!" A mocking voice came from afar. It belonged to Chen. "What's that idiot's name again?" "Something about with the damned." It was Chen's voice again. "Yes, it's me who wants to die." It was Chen's voice again. That name is indeed poetic. "Ha!" Chen's disdainful voice sounded again. His tone was full of pride. Shuswap was so angry that his face turned red, and he was about to stomp his feet. "Chase, chase!" He held the sledgehammer and roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder. Kaboom! The sound of ultra beasts stomping on the ground was heard. The earth shook violently as the battle spirit army behind gave chase. The 5,000 battle spirit army began to chase. They were very fast, and the chase did not last long before they saw the fleeing humans. Hearing the thunderous tremors behind them, the fleeing humans sped up again. Some of them were screaming and seemed to be scared out of their wits. "Human! Shuswap will kill you." Shuswap's roar resounded in the sky. Shuswap's voice echoed, but he could not hear the human leader's retort. In Shuswap's opinion, the human leader was afraid. Indeed, he was careless and lost an arm in the attack just now, but he was not seriously injured. However, the human leader had suffered serious internal injuries. If they were to fight head-on, Shuswap was confident that he could finish him in 3 moves. The army of battle spirits advanced, and the rumbling continued. Huggisworth's cold eyes were fixed on Chen. He was determined to kill that shameless human. The human's fleeing speed couldn't compare to the exotic beast's chasing speed. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. It was only a matter of time before the humans were caught. Shuswap sneered. Chen, who was running away, seemed to be in a panic. Strange, panic screams could be heard from his team. Seeing that the outsider army was about to catch up to them, he suddenly turned his head and saw a mountain forest. His face instantly lit up with joy as he shouted, "Get into the forest quickly! The speed of the outsider beasts will be greatly reduced in the forest." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, all of the outsider army's attention was on Chen and the others. They shouted loudly as if they were herding wild beasts, and looked very pleased with themselves. They didn't pay any attention to the fact that such a large forest had appeared in this place. The frantically fleeing humans quickly disappeared into the forest. The outsider army shouted loudly as they chased into the forest. This forest was very quiet. There was nothing but ancient trees and mountain peaks. There wasn't even a single strand of grass. There were no old leaves in the forest, and there were no sounds of birds or beasts in the surroundings. Entering this place, it seemed to be full of vitality, but upon closer inspection, one would find that this place lacked the vitality that it should have. Hughesworth was the first to enter. He could still see the traces of the running humans, and he could even see the hateful leader among the shadows. Even though he felt that something was amiss, he didn't think too much about it and quickly chased after the enemy. After Hughesworth, the 5,000-man team also entered this forest one after another. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. They were verdant and lush. Just as the last battle spirit entered this place, the ancient trees suddenly swayed without any wind. Pairs of evil green eyes appeared from the trunks of the trees. The evil eyes fell on the battle spirits, and they were filled with killing intent. The ancient trees opened their eyes, and the branches on the branches around them began to curl up. Like spirit snakes, they began to slither and extend. A cultivator was riding an extraterrestrial creature forward. Along the way, he fired out attacks to cut down the obstructing tree branches. Suddenly, a tree branch silently appeared to wrap itself around War Spirit's neck from behind. Instantly, War Spirit's body was lifted up from the extraterrestrial creature's back. Whoosh! After lifting up a battle spirit, more branches arrived, wrapping around the battle spirit in layers. He couldn't move. Then, several more branches appeared. However, these branches were no longer as soft as spirit snakes, but as hard as javelins. With a whistling sound, they pierced towards the motionless battle spirit. Pooh! Pooh! The battle spirit's body was instantly pierced by the branches, and his vitality was immediately obliterated. Pa! Pa! The other ancient trees also launched their attacks. As the branches extended, some were like spirit snakes, flexible and changeable. They wrapped around the battle spirits, one after another. Some were like long whips, bringing with them the power to break through the wind. They directly knocked the battle spirits off the strange beast's back. Then, many branches extended, wrapping the battle spirits in layers like wrapping rice dumplings. After the siege, they attacked. Caught off guard, the battle spirits of the strange races suffered heavy casualties. Screams and wails resounded through the forest. Among the battle spirit army, there were also some powerful battle spirits with keen senses. They noticed the abnormality in advance and waved their weapons to cut down the ancient trees. One of the powerful existences cut down 3 ancient trees in a row. His figure flashed, dodging the joint attack of several ancient trees. He had a sneer on his face, and he didn't notice that he had flashed to the side of a mountain peak. Behind him, a black hole silently appeared. Energy chains wrapped around John Ling's body, and as he panicked, he was dragged into the black hole. The ancient trees launched their attacks, cooperating with the mountain peak. But who would have thought that the mountain peak would attack again? The 5,000 strange races army entered the mountain forest. They were surrounded by either ancient trees or mountain peaks. Under such a sudden attack, their losses were also increasing. The originally quiet mountain forest turned into a battlefield in the next moment. It was as if the god of death had shrouded them, and screams could be heard incessantly. However, among the battle spirit army, there was no lack of true powerhouses. They first destroyed the ancient trees, then the mountain peak, and a powerful aura surged around them. These existences were already very powerful. The ancient trees and mountain peaks couldn't kill them at all. Whenever they encountered such existences, powerful human cultivators would appear. They would release green light around them, which could stop the ancient trees' attacks. These people were either high-level life forms or titled ones. They specialized in killing these powerful battle spirits. Come out, come out. Shaswath smashed an ancient tree with his hammer and shouted loudly, "Humans, come out!" Shrill cries entered Shaswath's ears, which made him even more furious. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't expect the humans to set up an ambush here. At this moment, Shaswath also guessed that Kunming town had been destroyed. Looking around, the surroundings were either ancient trees or mountain peaks. During this period, he didn't see a single person. He could only hear the screams of his subordinates. If the entire army wanted to turn back under such circumstances, they would definitely suffer greater losses. Therefore, the most important thing now was not to escape, but to kill all the humans here. He believed that once all the humans were killed, the mountain peaks and ancient trees here would automatically stop attacking. Boom! The hammer left his hand and whistled forward. Terrifying energy surged, and a huge mountain peak was instantly smashed. The mountain spirit inside screamed and died. Dong! An ancient tree that tried to attack was smashed into pieces by Shaswath. "Come out, humans, come out!" Shaswath shouted as he destroyed the surrounding mountains and ancient trees. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a person. It was the cunning human leader that he had severely injured. However, at this moment, the other party was looking at him indifferently. His face was ruddy, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Moreover, his indifferent gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. "Human, go to hell!" Seeing his enemy, Shaswath's eyes turned red. Shaswath put away his hammer and roared. He held the hammer tightly and urged the exotic beast under him to charge towards Zichin. Swish! Swish! While charging forward, the ancient trees also launched powerful attacks. However, as soon as these attacks reached Shaswath, they directly exploded. They couldn't hurt him at all. As a powerhouse from Starry Sky City, Shaswath's combat power was still very strong. Zichin stood still and looked at the rapidly approaching Shaswath. His expression was still indifferent. He tightened his left hand on the scabbard and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. Just as the hammer in Shaswath's hand was about to smash down, Zichin used his right hand to pull out the sword. In Shaswath's last memory, he saw a ball of white light. This white light was very bright, but it was not dazzling. It was as fast as a meteor and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was like an illusion, but also like the epiphyllum that appeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! The exotic beast rushed forward towards Zichin. However, when it was 3 meters away from Zichin, it seemed to have encountered an invisible wall and was fiercely bounced back. It let out a wail. On the back of the exotic beast, Shaswath's body was split into 2 and thrown down. 2 halves. The flying exotic beast rolled a few times on the ground. When it got up again, it crawled on the ground, motionless. Its eyes were full of horror. After killing Shaswath with 1 slash, Zichin put away his sword and went to the second place. As for the exotic beast crawling on the ground, it was controlled by the branches that came with it. During this time, the exotic beast did not dare to resist at all. In the mountain forest, there were still some powerful battle spirits clamoring, shouting for humans to appear. However, every time they saw a human appear, these battle spirits would be killed by the human. Some titled individuals, including Zichin, turned into streams of light and shuttled through the mountain forest. Along the way, they killed existences that the ancient trees and mountains could not deal with. Because the mountain spirit king followed Shangguanhong. Wherever there was a battle spirit, he would immediately report back. Then Zichin and Shangguanhong would release spiritual telepathy to let the nearest human kill them. Chapter 1515. After killing some powerful existences in the army of battle spirits, Zichin did not wait for all the battle spirits to die. Instead, he led more than 20 people out of the forest and set off for Brightstream Town again. At this moment, the battle spirits in the town were enthusiastically discussing the magnificent feat of Hugh Saiwo leading an army of 5,000. Every one of them looked very excited. "You came out too late. You didn't see how the human leader was scared witless as he ran away. He was really in a sorry state. Those humans are indeed slaves. You didn't see it. Their expressions and movements when they ran away were the same as when we whipped our slaves." The remaining battle spirits in the town were all very excited. They were also chatting freely. Only 40 people appeared out of the 100 people team. It was clear that the other 60 people were all killed. Hugh Saiwo led 5,000 battle spirits to attack, so the 40 humans were definitely dead. However, just as they were proudly and excitedly talking freely. A human team quietly entered the town. The battle spirits, who were chatting excitedly just now, let out a shrill scream in the next moment. Uft! Man sure smashed the battle spirit to death with his hammer. He spat at the corpse of the other party and said, "Idiot, you should have used your bragging skills to improve your strength." Subsequently, the hammer in Man Sure's hand glowed and instantly became as big as a mountain. It swept in all directions. Boom! A tremor was heard. Several battle spirits coughed up blood and flew backward. They fell to the ground and could not get up. Man Sure entered the town and went on a killing spree. Zi-Chin also entered the town from another direction. He ran towards where there were more people and instantly drew his saber. A flash of saber light appeared, and a group of battle spirits fell. This was completely unexpected. A group of battle spirits were cut in half at the waist, and their vitality was completely gone. Some of the battle spirits were still chatting and laughing heartily. Zi-Chen rushed to the side of the crowd. Everyone thought that another audience had arrived. They did not expect that this audience would directly draw his saber. What was even more unexpected was that the saber light was so powerful. Zi-Chin did the same, and Ba Dao also did the same. His body flashed as he rushed towards a shop. Subsequently, through the crystal wall outside the shop, one could see that the interior of the shop instantly lit up, after which blood splattered all over the crystal wall. Ba Dao walked out of the shop with an indifferent expression. He turned and walked into another shop. This kind of sneaky method of killing battle spirits was too efficient. Many battle spirits didn't even have time to scream before they fell into pools of blood. There was no need to even mention the fortune teller. He glanced at the group of people and muttered something. Then the mysterious light rushed towards the group of battle spirits. Following that, the battle spirits' vision turned black and they fell dead. He entered the town from another direction. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He looked like a passerby as he walked through the crowd. But as soon as he walked past, those battle spirits fell one by one. Everyone was very careful when killing the enemies. Their goal was to kill as many enemies as possible. Only Man Sure was careless. He wanted to let the whole world know about it. The energy vibrations spread everywhere. By the time all the battle spirits in the town noticed the humans' attack and reacted, Zi-Chin and the others had already killed many battle spirits. The earth rumbled and shook. The army gathered in the mayor's mansion rushed out in a menacing manner. When the army appeared, Zi-Chen and the others immediately retreated from the town and fled into the distance. Chase after them! Kill everyone! The mayor of Brightstream Town was completely enraged. He led the 2,000 people that had gathered earlier and started chasing. Zi-Chin had only brought a little more than 20 people. He guessed that the others had all been killed by Suswell. These humans had used some unknown method to avoid Suswell's pursuit and came here to kill again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Seeing that the army was about to catch up to Zi-Chen and the others, Zi-Chen was pleasantly surprised to find a forest at the most critical moment. He then rushed towards the forest. Following closely behind Zi-Chen, the others also immediately turned around and rushed towards the forest. The remaining 2,000 battle spirits naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they immediately urged their exotic beasts to chase after the humans in the forest. As the last battle spirit entered the forest, a series of horrified screams rang out. The 2,000 battle spirits that entered were the same as the previous 5,000. None of them came out alive. At this moment, the remaining battle spirits in Brightstream Town no longer dared to be careless. They sent out battle spirits to guard against the humans' sudden attack. As the army of 2,000 entered, screams continued to ring out in the forest. In the end, none of the battle spirits walked out nimbly. Just like that, for hours passed. The humans didn't come to harass them, but the 7,000 troops that went out didn't return either. Some of the battle spirits couldn't help but feel worried. Another 2 hours later, Earth-shattering tremors resounded. This was the sound of an army marching forward. The battle spirits of Brightstream Town cheered, thinking that their lord had returned triumphantly. However, when they saw the humans sitting on the exotic beasts at the end of their line of sight, they were all dumbfounded. In front of the army, there were nearly 100 humans. These humans were all sitting on the backs of exotic beasts. They were filled with killing intent. Behind the humans, there was an army that was completely made up of exotic beast mounts. However, the backs of the exotic beasts were empty. These exotic beasts had bloodshot eyes that were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as though they had lost their minds. Many battle spirits recognized at a glance that the two exotic beasts in the lead were the mounts of the mayor and Hugh. However, at this moment, the mounts that belonged to the two lords were occupied by two humans. However, what was the situation of the lords? They knew at a glance. How is this possible? They actually managed to kill the two lords. It is said that there were only 100 people in the army. Now, there are still 100 people. Where are the two lords and the thousands of troops? The battle spirits were filled with shock and confusion. Even though they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes, they had to admit that the 7,000 troops were defeated. Perhaps they were trapped for some reason, or perhaps they were killed decisively. Defense. Activate the defense. Quickly activate the defense formation and wait for reinforcements. After thinking of the worst-case scenario, a battle spirit shouted loudly. However, he had lost the will to fight and was waiting for reinforcements. Kill! Zi-Chin shouted with his saber in hand. Kill! Behind him, a group of humans roared. Their murderous voices resounded in the sky as endless killing intent swept across. Zi-Chin led the exotic beast army and rushed forward. Thunderous vibrations resounded. The remaining battle spirits in the town were horrified as they urged the light shield to activate quickly. The light shield was finally successfully activated before the humans rushed into the town. All the battle spirits' tensed hearts relaxed. Looking at the activated defense formation, Zi-Chen smiled knowingly. Behind him, Wu Xia rode his beast and said, "In this battle, we lost 2 people and 5 were injured." Zi-Chen nodded as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought that some people would have to fight to the death in this battle. However, he didn't expect Hugh to be so impulsive and as arrogant as Cook. After the challenge, Zi-Chan had a plan in his heart. He decided to cut off one of the other party's arms. First, he showed weakness, then deliberately ridiculed the other party, completely infuriating him. Hugh was fooled and led the battle spirits in pursuit. They were so angry that they lost their minds. In addition, there were too many humans, so it was inevitable that they would be careless. When they followed into the mountain forest, the fate of the 5,000 troops was already decided. What followed was to bait the enemy again. During this period of time, Zi-Chin cleverly took advantage of the battle spirit's carelessness. No one would have thought that in just a few hours, the 5,000 battle spirits army would be completely annihilated. Thus, the mayor was tricked. In just one day, a team of less than 100 people killed 7,000 battle spirits and then surrounded Bright Creek Town. The fate of Bright Creek Town was naturally decided. Before the battle, this battle should have been very difficult. However, no one expected that Zi-Chen would end it so easily. Moreover, it was a complete victory. Outside, when everyone saw the light shield of the town appear, they knew that the battle was over. They couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Could it be that this Zi-Chin has led cultivators to participate in such a large-scale battle in the past? He uses everything that can be used. He is simply like a god when it comes to commanding troops. The middle-aged man, who was already very fond of Zi-Chin, sighed again and again. In this battle, Zi-Chen first showed weakness and then led all the battle spirits into the mountain forest. After that, he signaled the Mountain Fairy King and Shang Guanhong to only kill the people and not the strange beast mounts. After killing all the battle spirits, he asked Dong Qing and Yi Ming to come out. With the unique means of a beastmaster, They forcibly controlled these strange beast mounts and formed an army of strange beasts. Then he led all the humans and the foreign race army to suppress the remaining foreign race battle spirits in Bright Creek Town. If all the battle spirits rushed out, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps the final outcome would not change, but at least Zi-Chen's side would lose more people. However, those battle spirits were obviously frightened. Imagine the appearance of thousands of strange beasts. Naturally, it meant that something had happened to the masters of those strange beasts. Thousands of battle spirits were in trouble. However, on the human side, there were almost no casualties. How could the remaining battle spirits be a match for this human team? Next, they could only defend and wait for more reinforcements. The old man was not stingy with his praise. I also suspect that Zi-Chin has participated in battles before. He can be said to be a godlike commander. Moreover, every battle can be said to be a classic battle. Of course, Zi-Chan had participated in battles before. Back then, it was he who led a team and destroyed a few major factions that had a grudge against him. The battle back then was also very classic. Zi-Chan was best at using self-destruction tactics. After that, Zi-Chin became a small soldier on the battlefield for many years in order to understand the law of killing. During that time, he participated in many battles and saw many generals use their troops. He had a deeper understanding of the art of war. Previously, when he found out that his tracks had been discovered, Zi-Chan took out a map and kept looking at it. He was also simulating the upcoming battle in his mind. In other words, this battle was in Zi-Chen's control from the beginning. The rhythm of the battle was also dictated by Zi-Chen. When Zi-Chen said to fight, they would fight. The foreign races were completely in a passive state. In this way, the foreign race battle spirits who lost the initiative were at a disadvantage at every turn. As a result, they lost 2 towns. Now, there was only one last battle left. It was also the most difficult battle. Chapter 1516. Bright Creek Town had been lost to Zi-Chen's repeated attempts to lure the enemy. The original town had become a deep pit. The Mountain Spirit King had exerted great effort, and all the battle spirits in the town had died. As for the process, it was exactly the same as in Kunming Town. The twins had contributed greatly. During this period, it was worth mentioning that the Starry Sky City had sent a team of powerhouses as reinforcements. Zi-Chen stood in the middle of the road, holding a saber in his hand. All the reinforcements had been killed, and he had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies. After that, no more reinforcements appeared. However, Zi-Chen had not completely suppressed the news of the 2 towns' destruction, and the battle spirits of the Starry Sky City had learned of it. 100 humans had destroyed 2 towns and killed more than 10,000 battle spirits. This result was hard to believe, but it was the truth. No matter how the process had been, the result had been decided. The outsiders had lost 2 more towns, and their battle spirits had suffered a great loss. They naturally would not underestimate the human team. After destroying 2 towns and obtaining a great victory, Zi-Chen's side had not suffered many casualties, but they had expended a great deal of energy. Following this, he did not order his people to continue forward. Instead, he began to recuperate. This recuperation took a long time. During this time, Zi-Chen had been looking at the map, deducing the next battle in his mind. However, there was only one Starry Sky City left, and all the battle spirits would gather there. Without reinforcements, the defensive array would never be activated. No matter how he deduced, there was only one result, and that was a battle to the death. Looking at the map was completely futile. There were still 93 people alive in the 100-man team. During this recuperation period, everyone was very excited because there was only one battle left. Once this battle ended, they would be able to return. This time they had obtained a lot of luck points. Once they returned, they would be able to exchange for all the items in the 9-story tower. After looking at the map for several days, Zi-Chen could not figure out anything. He put away the map and could not help but sigh. This last battle is really not going to be easy. The last battle was not going to be easy. In the first two battles, although Zi-chun had commanded his troops like a god, the most fundamental reason was that the other side had been arrogant and careless. However, in the last town, there was no such thing as luck. They could only fight to the death. On Zi-chen's side, there were not many things left that could be used. Wanting to take down a city with just a few dozen people was undoubtedly a daydream, a fantasy. The excited crowd knew how difficult it would be to achieve victory, so everyone was quietly recovering and did not disturb Zi-chen, who was thinking of countermeasures. Zi-chen closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. He was also quietly thinking of countermeasures. In the outside world, the people who had been standing in front of the screen for more than a year were also thinking of countermeasures. But to them, killing them with brute force was not a problem. Leading troops into battle and coming up with countermeasures was undoubtedly a huge problem. And no matter how they looked at it, Zi-chen did not have a chance of winning. The main reason was that the difference in numbers was too great. One of them said Zi-chen is no match for him in a head-on fight. The only way is to sneak in, destroy the last summoning platform, and then leave. Some people couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard this. Even if they were lucky enough to break through the recruitment platform, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave. The old man shook his head. He was not good at commanding battles, so he had no idea how to deal with this. If it were him, he could destroy the Starry Sky City in one move. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter that place. Everything depended on Zi-chen. Everyone had a plan in mind, but no one said it out loud. This plan would not provide Zi-chen and the others with a chance to survive, but to complete the mission. Bluntly speaking, the true identity of Zi-chen and the others was on the verge of being revealed. They were suicide soldiers. Suicide soldiers only needed to complete the mission by hook or by crook. They did not need to consider anything else. Zi-chen was still deep in thought, but he was just putting on an act. There was nothing he could do about the upcoming battle, because the initiative was no longer in his hands, but in the hands of the foreign races in the Starry Sky City. Footsteps rang out as Hammer walked to Zi-chen's side and sat down. "Have you thought of any countermeasures?" Zi-chen smiled bitterly. "Other than fighting to the death, what else can we do?" Hammer simply stared straight ahead, not saying a word. Zi-chen did not say a word either. After a long time had passed, Hammer muttered, "Our mission is to destroy the recruitment platform in Starry Sky City. That is the last and most crucial one. If we fail to destroy it, our 1 year's worth of effort would have been wasted. That is because those recruitment platforms can be regenerated." Zi-chen looked at Hammer with surprise in his eyes. "But we can't say that what we've done is useless. It'll take a long time to restore all the destroyed summoning platforms. During this time, the awakened battle spirits won't be summoned, and someone from the domain manor will deal with them." Zi-chen retracted his gaze and remained silent. Hammer's gaze turned resolute as he said solemnly, "If you have no other choice, you can give up on the three of us, because the three of us had no intention of leaving alive when we came in." Hammer looked at Zi-chen and said, "This is the last recruitment platform. We can't let all our previous efforts go to waste. This is something that none of our predecessors have been able to do. It will be a great merit if we can prevent the people of the Zhanwu continent from being plunged into misery and suffering again." With that, Hammer patted Zi-chen's shoulder and got up to leave. Zi-chen was still silent, but the meaning of Hammer's words was very clear. It was time to sacrifice oneself for righteousness, for humanity, for the greater good. Zi-chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The team rested for 10 days. During this time, not a single battle spirit scout came. This made Zi-chen feel even more troubled. On the 11th day, Zi-chen got up and scanned the group. "Let's go," a cultivator asked curiously. "Do we need to make any preparations?" They seemed to have been silently preparing for the previous battle. Zi-chen said without turning his head, "No, we'll deal with them as they come." The 100-man team led the foreign beast army toward the Starry Sky City. The foreign race army had already gathered at the foot of the Starry Sky City. Since the Starry Sky City had 4 city gates, and they were not sure where Zi-Chen would appear from, there were battle spirit armies stationed outside the 4 city gates. Each side had more than 10,000 soldiers. There were more than 40,000 foreign tribe battle spirits, and every single one of them was at the 2nd domain realm. Not only were Zi-Chen and the others shocked by this number, even the people in the outside world gasped when they saw it. In addition to this army, there were many figures flashing on the Starry Sky City. Clearly, there were even more foreign race battle spirits. At a glance, the number of battle spirits in the army was probably more than 100,000, and each of them was at the domain realm. Such a powerful combat power would be an unimaginably powerful force in the outside world. Taking Huping City as an example, if this army attacked, it would be able to flatten Huping City. However, there were less than 100 humans standing in front of this terrifying army. How should they fight this battle? Zi-Chen arrived with the others. When he saw the foreign race army, he could not help but smile bitterly. Behind Zi-Chen, the expressions of the people changed, and anger appeared on their faces. Man sure cursed. Shameless. These guys are really shameless. The others' expressions were also very ugly, and they all glared at the foreign race battle spirits. The battle spirit army was more than 40,000, and they could completely crush these mere 100 humans. However, these battle spirits had actually sent out a large number of human slaves. They stood in front of the foreign race army with weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they were being used as cannon fodder. The sky above the Starry Sky City was brighter than other places. Under the bright light, the human slaves' lifeless expressions were reflected, as well as some rare expressions of fear, nervousness, excitement, and bloodthirstiness. Fear was because of fear, nervousness was because of the upcoming battle, excitement was because of the high reward given by their master, and bloodthirstiness was purely for killing. Zi-Chen appeared outside the eastern city gate. Behind the group of slaves, the battle spirit leader sat on the back of a tall, mutated beast. When he saw Zi-Chen appear with the army of mutated beasts, a trace of cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Kill!" After the murderous cry, the human slaves all raised the weapons in their hands and madly charged toward Zi-Chen and the others. The strongest among them was only at the early stage of the 1st domain realm, but most of them were in the corporeal realm. Their combat strength was not worth mentioning, but they had the advantage in numbers and were numbed to death. "My lord, what should we do?" Seeing the human slaves charging over, the crowd looked at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's expression gradually turned cold, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He also waved his hand and shouted, "Retreat!" Zi-Chen chose to avoid the first battle. The entire army began to retreat. They did not engage the humans, and they retreated more than 5 kilometers. There were no traces of the human slaves behind them. A cultivator reported, "My lord, they did not chase after us. They retreated after chasing us for 5 kilometers." Zi-Chen smiled when he heard this, but his smile became even more bitter. He knew that all his plans were useless. The battle spirits would not take the initiative to attack. They would only defend and guard the last summoning platform. As a result, Zi-Chen only had one path left, and that was to attack. "My lord, what should we do now?" The crowd did not pay attention and stared blankly at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's expression gradually turned gloomy. Now was not the time to be wishy-washy. He coldly said, "Tack, kill those humans first. Leave no one alive." Zi-Chen led the army and appeared outside the Starry Sky City for the 2nd time. They still stood in the direction of the eastern gate, but compared to last time, there was no aggressive, mutated beast army. When the battle spirit leader saw Zi-Chen again, a trace of a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand again and said, "Kill." Once again, the human slaves raised their weapons and charged toward Zichen and the others. There was a trace of madness in their sluggish expressions. They looked like beast masters who were forcibly controlling mutated beasts who had lost their minds. This was war. On the battlefield, there was no such thing as mercy. Seeing the human slaves charging forward, Zichen raised his right hand and suddenly slammed it down. Kill! 93 humans, led by Zichen, rushed toward the human slaves. This was a battle between the later generations of humans and their ancestors of human bloodlines. However, after making the decision to attack, Zichen no longer hesitated. He flashed forward and instantly unsheathed his long saber. Saber lights flashed, and a large number of human slaves fell. Be careful. Mist shadow, follow the heavenly Tao. Divine fate, follow me. The long saber in his hand did not return to its scabbard. With a sweep of his saber, large numbers of human slaves fell. Zichen shouted and charged toward the foreign race army. Chapter 15:17. The cultivation realms of the human slaves were generally not high. The highest cultivation realm among them was only at the mid-stage of the first stage domain realm. It was difficult for these slaves to cause any harm to the humans, and those battle spirits didn't expect these lowly slaves to be able to annihilate these menacing humans. These human slaves were treated as cannon fodder, and their true purpose was to wear down the humans. Of course, if some unlucky bastard was accidentally killed, that would also be an extremely good thing. This kind of situation would not happen in Zichen's team, because everyone had been through hundreds of battles and had rich experience, so they would not be careless. Zichen passed through the crowd of slaves, leaving an empty space behind him. Not far away, the 3 titled ones had also carved out a bloody path for themselves. The 4 of them stood in a row and looked at the foreign race army in front of them. The leader of the battle spirits looked at the 4 of them mockingly. There were tens of thousands of people behind him. These 4 humans would not dare to take the initiative to attack. If they did, they would die. The leader of the battle spirits was confident that he could kill these 4 humans. Zichen looked at the 3 of them and asked in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" The 3 titled ones looked at each other and said in unison, "We fight for the humans." This kind of awareness was worthy of being from one of the top 3 cities. That kind of selfless righteousness was something that Zichen did not possess, and it was something that Zichen greatly admired. He smiled. His smile was cold and ferocious. He licked his lips and said, "If that's the case, then let's kill. Remember, only kill the soldiers, not the generals." "Okay, I'd like to see who can kill more." The hidden mist smiled heroically. The fortune teller shook his head and said, "I don't like to kill directly. I like to talk." Thinking about how the fortune teller would kill whoever he looked at and stared at on the battlefield, the corners of Shuntiandio's mouth twitched. He said seriously, "I like to kill directly." Auras surged around the 3 of them. They were at the same realm as Zichen, only 1 step away from the second stage domain realm. Around the 4 of them, the power of space began to distort. Everyone was ready to attack. At the front, the disdainful expression on the face of the leader of the Xeno race battle spirits slowly transformed into a wisp of astonishment. He never imagined that these 4 audacious humans would actually dare to charge against an army of 10,000 with their bodies of flesh and blood. The leader of the battle spirits raised his right hand high. Behind him, the weapons in the hands of more than 10,000 battle spirits began to glow. Waves of powerful auras surged. Not to mention you mere 6th grade battle spirits. Even if it was an 11th or 2nd grade battle spirit, it would still die after encountering thousands of attacks. The battle spirit leader said coldly, "Let's go." At this moment, Zichen roared and took the lead to charge forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of light followed closely behind Zichen. Kill. The battle spirit leader's right hand slashed down like a blade. Buzz. The sky trembled as one attack after another appeared in the distance. They were like sharp swords as they whistled forward. Tens of thousands of attacks did not need to be deliberately aimed. Just a casual attack would be able to cover the entire area. In addition, the battle spirits had already locked onto the 4 of them with their spiritual senses. Therefore, these attacks seemed to have grown eyes as they headed straight for the 4 of them. Tens of thousands of attacks fell together, causing great damage. Even if they were divided into 4 groups, it was still not something that Zichen and the other 3 could block. Once they were hit by these attacks, Zichen and the other 3 would definitely die. Tens of thousands of attacks and tens of thousands of rays of light illuminated Zichen's entire body. Raising his head to look at the whistling attacks, Zichen laughed boldly and said, "Let's rely on our own abilities and abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. Light began to flash beneath his feet as his entire body instantly accelerated. "If we die here, it won't be fun." The hidden mist laughed loudly. Black light surged around his body as he charged forward. "Before I came, I had already calculated that I will not face a bloody calamity today." "Great." The fortune teller's mysterious voice rang out. He also accelerated in an instant. "The first time you calculated, the second time you calculated. Did you calculate for me?" Shantian asked with a smile. However, his expression became extremely solemn. His real body moved forward at high speed as if he had turned into an illusion. Die. The first wave of attacks arrived. It was the first to hit Zichen. Thousands of attacks landed on Zichen's body. Terrifying energy erupted and Zichen's body directly exploded. The area around him turned into a destructive energy storm. The battle spirit sneered. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out as the second wave of attacks landed on the hidden mist. The charging hidden mist was instantly pierced through by these attacks. After being enveloped by the attacks, he was only able to move forward another 100 meters before his body was pierced into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the battle spirit smiled and said, "To left." His gaze fell on the fortune teller. The latter was muttering mysteriously. However, he could not clearly hear what he was muttering. Numerous attacks arrived and instantly enveloped him. However, just as they pierced through his body or were about to explode, his body suddenly disappeared into thin air like a ghost. The energy attacks exploded. In the eyes of others, the fortune teller was dead. However, the battle spirit's leader noticed something strange. This abnormality made him feel that something was wrong. He no longer paid attention to the 4th person and subconsciously looked back. The moment he turned back, he saw the winged human who should have been killed. However, not only did he not die, he even rushed into the group. The battle spirit's leader's expression instantly changed. He waved his hands and shouted, "Disperse! Disperse quickly!" However, before his voice could be heard, the winged human pulled out his blade. A flash of blade light appeared and swept towards the battle spirits who were still standing there foolishly. Then he saw the battle spirits' bodies split apart and fall to the ground. After a large number of battle spirits died, his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone's attention fell on the winged human. Seeing that the person who was supposed to be dead was still alive, their expressions changed. They were somewhat stunned and did not understand what was going on. Then they noticed that the area was already empty and that the battle spirits around were dead. However, just as they were stunned, Zichen, who had sheathed his blade, struck again. This time, the blade split into 9 and swept in all directions. Before anyone could react, the blade light swept past their bodies. Their weapons, armors, and bodies were all cut in half in an instant. At this time, the battle spirits were completely awakened. They scattered in all directions, trying to avoid Zichen. However, there were still some battle spirits that held weapons and shot toward Zichen, wanting to kill him. However, Under the sharp blade light, no one was able to get close to him. Even if they were able to get close, those few attacks might not be able to break through his defense. Just as Zi Chen was slaughtering, the figure of the hidden mist also appeared. He rushed into the crowd, and a black light flashed in his hands. It turned into 2 sharp blades and slashed at the heads of the unprepared battle spirits. Pooh, 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 pooh. It was as easy as cutting a watermelon. Many humans were sent flying, blood spurting out. The body of the hidden mist shadow was like a ghost, illusory and ethereal. Wherever it passed, heads would fly. Time and fate. After Fortune Teller rushed into the crowd, he closed his eyes. A mysterious energy rushed out and rushed towards the battle spirits closest to him. These battle spirits' vision turned black, and they fell one after another. Opening his eyes, Fortune Teller moved forwards in the group, his speed like ghosts and gods. There were actually very few people that were able to see his true form. From his body, a mysterious strength would rush out. As long as a battle spirit was struck by it, there was only death awaiting them. No one cared about heaven's will. Naturally, he smoothly dodged the attacks and arrived in the middle of the battle spirits. His attacks became sharper and sharper. This battle spirit that was only 1 step ahead of him died as soon as it came into contact with his attack. The 4 of them rushed into the army. Relying on their extreme speed, they dodged and killed at the same time. This was the advantage of an army, but it was also their disadvantage. Generally speaking, when facing a large army, there were very few people who could break through the attacks head-on. But once they broke through and gathered in the crowd, then the advantage of the battle spirit army's numbers would be lost. Each time Zi Qin and the others clashed, there were only a dozen or so of them. These people were unable to stop Zi Qin and the others. "Scatter, all of you scatter." The leader waved his hand and shouted. Only by scattering could more battle spirits have a chance to attack. Otherwise, if they rashly attacked, they would only end up attacking their own people. But whether it was Zi Qin or the 3 titled experts, they all possessed extraordinary speed. This kind of speed allowed them to move within a certain range as if they were teleporting. Wherever there were the most people, they would go there and focus on killing. This was also a move that Zi Chen had often used in the Martial Heaven continent to face encirclement attacks. It had been tried and tested time and time again. But this was based on the premise that he had a powerful defense as well as long-lasting combat power. The ground shook like thunder. The army of 10,000 had arrived to support them. Their spiritual senses had already locked onto Zi Chen's group of 4. "Retreat!" The leader shouted loudly, and the surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. However, there were still some battle spirits that attacked the 4 of them. "Attack!" In another place, a cold shout rang out. 10,000 energy attacks appeared, targeting Zi Chen's group of 4. Not only the 4 of them, but also the battle spirits that were attacking the 4. Clearly, the battle spirits were going to trade their lives for theirs. "Retreat!" Being locked on by so many auras, Zi Qin shouted. He no longer paid attention to the battle spirits that were attacking him. His figure flashed, and he left the battlefield. The other 3 no longer desired to kill. They tried to find a way to escape the battlefield. Many attacks fell. Where the 4 of them had been, for energy storms appeared. As the energy storms spread out, they swept away several battle spirits and tore apart their bodies. Swoosh! Zi Chen's body appeared at the edge of the storm. His face was pale and he spat out blood. He flapped his lightning wings and fled. At the same time, the 3 titled experts had also successfully escaped the storm and were preparing to flee. "Attack!" Another leader shouted, and many attacks once again appeared, attacking the 4 people who were running away. This time, it wasn't as simple as 10,000 attacks. Amidst the explosions of energy, the 4 titled experts constantly coughed up blood. But each time, they narrowly dodged the attacks. In the end, their figures disappeared. Chapter 1518. The battle started very quickly, and it did not end very slowly either. The 4 human experts had paid a heavy price after the massacre. They kept their lives even as they coughed up blood, barely managing to escape. As for the other humans, they all ran away with their tails between their legs, leaving behind a ground full of corpses, as well as many confused and terrified human slaves and war spirits who were filled with grief and indignation. Chase! Chase after them! The leader of the team, who had suffered heavy losses, shouted angrily. Wait! A loud shout rang out as the leader of another team walked over. It was a burly war spirit. Ultiman, are you trying to stop me? The leader turned around and glared. The burly leader, Ultiman, rode his exotic beast over slowly and said calmly, Swood, do you still remember what we talked about earlier? Swood's expression immediately turned cold. He said, coldly, that's not the same thing. You told us to stay put and let the humans attack. That's right. But didn't you see that the 4 strongest humans in the team are already heavily injured? If we attack with all our forces, we'll definitely be able to kill them. Ultiman shook his head and sighed. Humans are famous for their cunning. Although I don't know what tricks they have up their sleeves. A mere 100 of them were able to destroy 2 towns and kill over 10,000 of our war spirits. How can they be ordinary people? Today's heavy injuries might be part of a scheme, waiting for us to walk right into their trap. The first to lose a subordinate made Swood's expression turn very ugly. However, just as Ultiman had said, the humans could not be underestimated. Perhaps they really did have a backup plan. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he turned around and said to the war spirits, Clean up the battlefield and tally the losses. Looking at his busy subordinates, Swood said unwillingly, I have a feeling that the 4 humans must have been heavily injured today. Ultiman looked at Swood and asked, Where do you begin? Swood said with certainty, carelessness, The humans have fought with us many times and killed many of our subordinates. As a result, they must have looked down on us. Today's rash attack was very obvious. However, they did not expect the power of so many people's attacks to be so terrifying. In the end, they fled with injuries. Ultiman pondered for a moment before saying, Whether they're injured or not, we'll know when we see. Swood asked how. Ultiman smiled mysteriously and said, If the 4 of them are really injured, then they will definitely appear on the battlefield. If they are not injured, then they will go into hiding, or perhaps only 1 or 2 will appear. Swood didn't quite understand and asked, What do you mean? You're participating in the battle even though you're injured, and you're not participating in the battle even though you're not injured. Are you simply courting death? Ultiman's face was brimming with confidence as he said, The former was to confuse us, afraid that we would see the truth. As for the latter, it was a genuine scheme against us. Zi Chen led the team and ran again and again. After running for several dozen miles, they finally received an accurate report that the war spirits weren't pursuing them. Only then did they stop. After stopping, Zi Chen and the others found a forest, and the 100-man team entered the forest. That was close. Even now, Zi Chen's face was still deathly pale. It was obvious that the injury just now was not all an act. It was the same for the other 3 titled individuals. Facing tens of thousands of targeted attacks, they were still able to make it out alive. That was something to be proud of. Under such circumstances, only Zi Chen's group of 4 dared to charge forward and guarantee that they would return safely. During this time, they could also make a small scheme against the war spirits, so that they wouldn't be able to see the truth. The battle just now ended very quickly, but Zi Chen's group of 4 had probably killed nearly 1/10 of the army of 10,000. As for the human slaves, 1/3 of them had been killed in a short period of time. Awesome, really awesome. If we continue killing like this, we only need to charge a few dozen times, and those tens of thousands of war spirits will all be killed. Hidden Mist laughed loudly, but his laughter was quickly interrupted by a cough. Shantian said indifferently, That's a good plan, but can you guarantee that you can successfully escape the encirclement every time?" Hidden Mist was startled, and then he smiled bitterly. This time, the four of them had won by taking the enemy by surprise. If what Hidden Mist said was true, and they could charge a few dozen times, even if they couldn't escape once, then only death would await them. They didn't lose a single person, and they killed a lot of enemies. It could be considered a victorious return, but no one was happy at all. After a short period of recuperation, Zichen, who still didn't have a good plan, could only bring his people back to the battlefield. Before they came up with a plan, they had to kill as many people as possible. When Swood saw Zichen and the other three again, a cold smile appeared on his face. The truth was, as he had guessed, all four of them were seriously injured. Swood's eyes flashed with killing intent, and without saying anything, he signaled the cannon fodder to attack immediately. "Kill!" Zichen set in differently and took the lead, killing the slaves. Before they came up with a plan to break through the city, they could only kill these slaves who were in the way. Although their methods were somewhat ruthless, they had to be on the battlefield. Swood looked at Zichen with a provocative expression, as if to say, "Don't you have the ability? Come here and try charging again." In the north and south, the two armies were also eyeing them covetously. Zichen smiled mockingly at Swood, as if to say, "I'll let you go today." He fought among the slaves, and a large number of them died, but he didn't charge forward to find trouble with the battle spirits. In addition, the three titled warriors who were with Zichen were also killing slaves and didn't charge forward. Looking at the four people who were fighting with all their strength, they didn't look injured at all. But Swood was sure that not only were they injured, but they were also seriously injured. At this moment, they put on a strong look, but it was purely for show. "Kill!" Swood roared, urging his beast to charge towards them. "Retreat!" Zichen glanced at Swood, made a prompt decision, and turned to leave. Looking at the fleeing humans, Swood was a little annoyed that he didn't take the initiative to attack first. In the next few days, Zichen would lead people to provoke outside the city, and then take the initiative to kill a group of slaves. Once the alien army attacked, Zichen would lead people to retreat. During this time, Zichen and the other three didn't attack the battle spirits. After retreating, the battle spirits would send out scouts to investigate, but none of them returned alive. This included those who walked on the ground and those who flew in the sky. One after another, they were all killed. In every battle, the humans who killed the enemy were considered a victory. But compared to the colossal city, this victory was nothing. The battlefield was completely in a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. "We have all the time. Slowly wear them down. If we kill 100 a day, we'll kill 1,000 in 10 days. There will be a time when we can slaughter the city." Everyone gathered together to think of a solution, and Manshur said casually. Zichen shook his head and smiled. "Maybe we don't have as much time as we think." Manshur didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean? Are they going to mobilize the entire city to kill us?" "That's good. We'll sneak in, destroy the recruitment platform first, and then slaughter the city." Zichen shook his head and fell into deep thought. 3 days later, all the human slaves in the eastern region were slaughtered by Zichen and the others. But very quickly, more slaves came out of Starry Sky City to replenish their numbers. It was as if there was no end to them. It had already been 5 days since the last attack. Zichen decided to bring 3 more people to attack. The 4 of them crazily slaughtered the cannon fodder as soon as they arrived. Then, thunder rumbled as the 10,000 foreign race army moved. "Let's go," shouted Zichen as he led the 3 of them forward. Numerous attacks whistled through the air, and Zichen's group was instantly enveloped by attacks. The 4 of them each had an exquisite movement technique, and their methods were also very powerful. After passing through the attacks, they entered the 10,000 foreign race army and began a crazy slaughter. "Damn it, they must have recovered from their injuries," cursed Swood. His expression was extremely gloomy, but he had no choice but to order his troops to disperse. However, this time, Zichen and the others were determined to kill. Just as the group was in a state of panic, a few more people flew over from the distant battlefield and joined in the slaughter. Among them were Wu Xia, Man Shi, Jin Qingcheng, Dark Mantle, Domineering Blade, and a few others. These people were extremely powerful. As soon as they arrived, they began a crazy slaughter. Thunder rumbled in the distance. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the 10,000 foreign race army had already lost a fifth of their numbers. Nearly 2,000 battle spirits had died. Man Shi and the others were the first to retreat. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Zichen's group was once again injured and had to retreat. Swood was furious and wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by another leader. Again and again, Swood was enraged. Chase after them. In his fury, he led the rest of the battle spirits in pursuit. When Zichen's group fled, they were also riding exotic beasts, but they were like stray dogs. Swood led the battle spirits in pursuit. Zichen's group couldn't shake them off at all. Helpless, they suddenly saw a forest and led them into it. Swood chased them into the forest, but lost them after a day and returned dejectedly. Swood returned with an ashen face. He hadn't lost a single soldier. Reality proved that the humans didn't have any backup plans. There were too few battle spirits chasing after them. If there were enough of them, the humans would definitely be wiped out. The two sides went back and forth like this. You hit and you chased, and the battle lasted for about 10 days. In these 10 days, Zichen's side didn't lose a single person. After 10 days of fighting, Zichen finally came up with a bold and crazy plan. Once this plan was realized, not only would they be able to eliminate the entire army of battle spirits, they might even have a chance to attack Cosmic Sky City and take it down in one fell swoop. However, this plan was too bold and crazy. If they wanted to succeed, they would need a bit of luck. More importantly, they would need time. When the plan appeared in his mind, Zichen didn't have time to think about it carefully. After running through the plan in his mind and feeling that it was feasible, Zichen had to make the arrangements. There wasn't much time left for Zichen, so Zichen had to speed up. If this plan was to become a reality, the first thing they had to do was put their lives on the line. Not only did they have to put their lives on the line, but they also had to put everyone's lives on the line. However, before that, they had to put their lives on the line. Chapter 1519. The cultivators of the outside world were currently very distressed because the smooth battle situation had become unsmooth once they arrived outside the Starry Sky City. Obstructed everywhere, a group of uncouth cultivators tried very hard to think of a solution, but they could not come up with anything. The Starry Sky City had long been under martial law, and there were tens of thousands of soldiers guarding outside. Even if they wanted to die, there was no place for them to go. During this period, they also went to find a few battle spirits who had experience in large-scale battles. After these battle spirits saw the huge difference in numbers between the enemy and their side, they directly shook their heads and said, "Unless everyone's cultivation level increases by 2 levels, there is no hope." This was the words of a very experienced battle general. With just one sentence, the mood of the old man and the others fell to the bottom. How was it possible to increase their cultivation level by 2 levels? Just as Zichen had a bold idea in his heart, the people outside were still thinking of a solution. They were still one step away from destroying the Starry Sky City, so they could not give up now, right? The 3 titled cultivators came to Zichen's side and sat down. The hidden mist asked mysteriously, "You called the 3 of us here alone. Could it be that you have a solution?" The fortune teller and the way of heaven also stared at Zichen. Zichen chuckled and said, "There is a solution. If we have the right time, place, and people, there is a 50% chance of breaking the city." The eyes of the 3 lit up, and the hidden mist eagerly asked, "Let's hear it." "Fight with your life." Zichen only said 2 words. The 3 immediately became discouraged. The hidden mist curled his lips and said, "What kind of solution is this? It is simply throwing away our lives in vain. There are less than 100 of us, but tens of thousands of us are just courting death. The fortune teller and the way of heaven also did not seem to be in a good mood. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "At present, only the 4 of us need to fight with our lives. It is not time for everyone to fight with their lives." After that, Zi Chen gave a few simple instructions. This was Zi Chen's usual style. He never said everything in one breath and only said what they could do. Okay. The 3 did not know Zi Chen's plan, but they knew what to do next. The next day, the human team appeared with the army of strange beasts, looking aggressive. After meeting, the 2 sides did not speak much and started to kill each other. In the end, the humans still took the initiative. However, the battle spirits did not notice that the number of human cultivators had decreased by 2 or 3. Perhaps some battle spirits noticed it, but they didn't care at all. What could a mere 2 or 3 people accomplish? The great battle was about to begin. Zi Chen led the 3 titled ones to carve out a bloody path. Then, amidst the exclamations of the crowd, they charged towards Swood's army of 10,000. Disperse! Swood was already experienced. He sneered and shouted. As the battle spirits spread out, Zi Chen and the others were locked onto. Swood shouted again, "Tack!" Pooh, 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 pooh. Large swathes of battle spirits fell to the ground. Zi Chen's figure had appeared elsewhere for some unknown reason. Numerous energy attacks appeared in the previously empty space. Among them, one of Zi Chen's avatars was blasted into nothingness. "It's a damned avatar." Seeing this, Swood was stunned. Then, anger appeared on his face. He had been tricked again. In the other 3 directions, the 3 humans were as cunning as Zi Chen. They used some unknown method to avoid being locked onto, and started to kill crazily. Rumble. The earth shook. Reinforcements from the north and south arrived and attacked Zi Chen and the others. Retreat. Zi Chen decisively retreated with his people. This time, Zi Chen and the others naturally appeared to be heavily injured as well. "Chase! Chase! Chase!" Swood shouted. He led the army of strange beasts to chase after Zi Chen. After saying this, he could only feel some sense of accomplishment at this time. Unfortunately, the other 2 leaders did not give him a chance to show off. They did not send out their troops, allowing him to act alone. Without a doubt, after a day of chasing, Swood returned dejectedly. As usual, the entire army returned as many times as they could. After returning, Swood angrily went to find Ultiman. He said coldly, "Do you know that the humans have already guessed our intentions? That's why they dared to attack again and again. It's because they know that we won't dare to chase after them. Do you know what they're planning? They're going to wear us down again and again until there is no one left in Starry Sky City." Ultiman said indifferently, "When it comes to wearing us down, what we have is time. They don't have much time. If the humans really do have such intentions, I guarantee that they will regret it." Swood said unhappily, "I know that, but I can't afford to lose face like this. Starry Sky City is under our control now. Will you only be satisfied when all your subordinates are dead?" Ultiman looked at Swood. The other party was looking at him coldly. He asked helplessly, "Then what are you going to do?" Swood said directly, "Give them to me. Next time, I'll bring enough men to chase after them." Ultiman pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, definitely not. The army can't be more than 5 kilometers away from Starry Sky City. You can do whatever you want with your army of 10,000 people, but you can't touch our people. If something happens, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." Swood was furious. What bullsh *T accident, just because of those few humans? Let me tell you, with tens of thousands of battle spirits there, it'll take them half a day to kill them. If something happens, you don't have to take responsibility. I'll take my own life. Ultiman looked deeply at Swood, then asked, "Why bother?" I just can't stand those damn humans. They come and go as they please in my army with their noses in the air. What do they think they are? Swood said coldly. After this roar, Swood finally had the authority to mobilize the other battle spirits. His face was filled with pride at all times. He waited for the humans to attack. But who would have thought that this time the humans would spend 5 days dealing with the slaves of their own race, showing no signs of taking the initiative to attack? Swood smiled coldly. He immediately guessed that the 4 of them had not recovered from their injuries. Just like that, after waiting for another 5 days, Zi-Chin and the other 3 attacked again. This time, Swood tried his best to stop them, but it was to no avail. When the reinforcements arrived, Zi-Chin retreated on time. Before leaving, he glanced at Swood. The latter was already anxious, so he immediately flew into a rage. He once again led a team of 10,000 people, a total of 20,000 battle spirits, to chase after Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin's method was completely risking his life. Every time he was injured, he would run away in a sorry state. He really looked like a stray dog. Swood, who was chasing from behind, would laugh at him from time to time. In the end, Zi-Chin's group once again entered the forest. Using the terrain of the forest, they used a day to avoid the army of 20,000 battle spirits. After returning empty-handed, Swood's expression was extremely ugly. He did not lose any of his subordinates, except for one who accidentally fell off the back of a beast and was injured. The rest of the battle spirits were unharmed. Next time, you won't have such a good chance. Swood felt that he was just a little bit away. He gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. This time, in order to show that he was seriously injured, Zi-Chin fought for 10 days, but did not attack the battle spirits once. Swood was not in a hurry because he was waiting. He was waiting for the 4 of them to attack. Then he would use all his strength to kill them. Zi-Chin was also waiting. After nearly a month of preparation, it seemed that it was coming to an end. The long-awaited good news finally came. Zi-Chin nodded solemnly, indicating that they could attack with all their strength. The human team appeared on the battlefield, and the slaves began to attack. Zi-Chin and the others rushed forward. After carving out 4 bloody paths, the 4 of them rushed towards the army of battle spirits. "They're here." A cold light flashed in Swood's eyes. He began to methodically command the battle spirits to spread out. However, even though he had a good command, Zi-Chin and the others still took advantage of the loopholes and killed many battle spirits. The arrival of the reinforcements shook the ground. "The situation is tense. Retreat." Zi-Chin shouted. Everyone began to retreat according to the plan. "Chase, all of you chase. All 3 teams chase." Swood also shouted out orders. The 2 armies that came from the north and the south immediately turned around and chased after Zi-Chin and the others. Including Swood's army, there were 3 armies. The 3 armies were like fierce beasts chasing after Zi-Chin's 100-man team. Zi-Chin and the others fled with all their might on their exotic beasts. But there were battle spirits in all 3 directions. There was nowhere to run. Helpless, Zi-Chin could only lead the team into the forest. This was the first time he entered the forest so quickly. When Swood saw this, he did not suspect anything. Instead, there was a smug look on his face. Normally, they would only enter the forest when they had nowhere to run. Now that they had entered the forest after a chase, it proved that the humans had nowhere to go. It was still the same forest. Swood had already killed his way in and out several times. This forest was the humans' last resort. It was very large and had existed for many years. There was no trick in it. However, it was indeed difficult to find a mere 100 people in such a large forest. This was also the main reason why the humans were able to hide in the forest and avoid the armies. However, this time, Swood had brought 30,000 soldiers. He was confident that he could capture and kill the humans. Swood did not say anything and urged his exotic beasts into the forest. The 2 leaders who followed behind recognized this forest and sneered as they entered. This forest was located outside Starry Sky City and was very famous. They had all been here before, so they were not afraid of the humans playing tricks here. Nearly 30,000 battle spirits charged into the forest, and then into the depths of the forest. In this forest, some of the ancient trees opened their eyes. Their eyes glowed with a cold green light. Then these ancient trees came to life. Their branches began to sway, stretch, and sway. At the same time, black holes also appeared where the deathly still mountains were. Streams of energy silently surged out of the black holes. This was Zichen's plan. He used nearly a month to transform this forest. He took away some of the ancient trees and mountain peaks and relocated some tree spirits and mountain spirits. He only moved some, not all of them. Some of them were real and some are fake. In this way, if they were attacked, the battle spirits would panic and suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 1520. Since it was a bold and crazy plan, it wasn't as simple as luring 30,000 soldiers into the forest and killing them. If they tricked 30,000 soldiers, another 30,000 soldiers would appear in Starry Sky City. At that time, the same method wouldn't work. Therefore, these 30,000 soldiers were just the beginning. It wasn't the bold and crazy part of the plan. As the 30,000 soldiers rushed into the forest, Zichen immediately gave up on escaping and stood on top of a mountain. Beside him was a group of top experts, close to 20 of them. Hearing the mournful screams echoing in the forest, Zichen was expressionless and indifferent. Retracting his gaze, Zichen turned to Wuxia and ordered, "Wuxia, I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want any of the 30,000 soldiers to leave alive." Wuxia nodded. Zichen said in a deep voice, "In this battle, we don't care about life or death. Completing the mission is our #1 priority." This time, Wuxia nodded heavily. He completely understood the meaning of Zichen's words. In this battle, unless everyone died, they couldn't let a single soldier escape. Wuxia stood in place and watched as Zichen led the titled ones, Manshur, the 3 guides, and the Dark Mantle members out of the forest. Next, this group of 15 people would charge into the huge Starry Sky City. As for the 30,000 foreign soldiers, they would be left to the remaining experts, the mountain spirits, and the ancient trees. As for the more troublesome ones, they would be left to the undying body Wuxia. Listening to the screams from time to time, Swood's face was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought that the cunning human would really set him up, especially in this forest that he was most familiar with. This kind of realistic, yet illusory scheme made Swood no longer dare to underestimate these humans. In terms of combat strength, he wasn't afraid of them, but in terms of cunning, he was ashamed of his inferiority. Boom! An ancient tree exploded in front of him. Wood shavings flew everywhere. It really was an inanimate object. There were many ancient trees here that were in between reality and illusion. Even Swood couldn't tell which one was a tree spirit and which one was an ancient tree. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as a javelin-like tree branch pierced through the air, heading straight for Swood. In his eyes, the latter looked more like an ancient tree than the former. Bang! The javelins exploded before they could even get close. Swood strode forward and blasted the ancient dryad tree apart. To his side, a mountain peak appeared. Without thinking, he urged his energy to attack the mountain peak. The mountain instantly crumbled and countless rocks rolled down. Smoke and dust filled the air. Swood was so angry that he roared. It was another real mountain. On the other hand, there were mountain spirits in the fake mountain peaks. They were very difficult to deal with. Swood's fury had reached its limit after repeated miscalculations and repeated attacks. Fortunately, he stopped guessing and used his own destructive power to forcefully open a passage to the outside world. Boom! Boom! The energy around Swood went berserk. Ancient trees exploded in front of him, and mountains split apart. Swood moved forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing could stop him. "Human, when I get out, I will tear you to pieces." Swood gritted his teeth. his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You can't get out." A cold voice sounded. A person walked out from behind an ancient tree. It was a human wearing black armor, with a vertical pupil between his eyebrows. This human looked very evil. At this moment, he was looking at Swood with a pair of cold eyes. Swood had no impression of this person at all, but the cold eyes enraged him. He roared, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me with such an attitude? Only the 4 strongest cultivators would do." The person who came was Wu Xie. There was a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. He said disdainfully, "I don't need the 4 of them to kill you." Shameless boasting. Swood was furious. He held the weapon in his hand and slashed forward. There was a flash of light, and the ancient tree in front of him exploded. After dodging the attack, Wu Xie used the momentum to rush toward Swood. Die! Swood's roar resounded through the forest as a violent aura was released from his body. Then a powerful and turbulent energy rushed toward Wu Xie and hit Wu Xie. Boom! The energy was violent. Wu Xie's body exploded. The surrounding forest shook. A violent energy ripple spread in all directions, and many ancient trees exploded. Swood's body was bathed in light. He raised the weapon in his hand and looked very domineering. He looked at the center of the vibrating energy and saw that the human had already turned into nothingness. He sneered, "You dare to!" Before he could finish speaking, Saiwot had bad feeling. With a loud shout, his weapon, which was emitting light, turned around and attacked behind him. All the power in his body suddenly disappeared in an instant. The great power contained in his weapon also receded like the tide. An arm dripping with blood poked out from his chest. In front of the arm, in the bloody hand, was a heart that was beating violently. Before the energy dissipated, Swood felt the aura of the human who had just died. He was sure that it was this person behind him. Bang! In the next moment, the hand exerted force and the heart exploded. Swood lost his life. Even in death, he didn't understand why the human he had killed with his own hands would suddenly come back to life. After killing Swood, Wu Xie turned around and flew off into the distance. There was only one leader left in that direction. While Wu Xie killed the leader, the other cultivators didn't stay idle. Suddenly, many battle beasts appeared in the forest. These battle beasts surged with powerful auras. They were all high-level life forms that had completely transformed into beasts. They were in their strongest state and hunted in the forest like battle beasts. Ziqin had already ordered them to go all out. Therefore, in the following battle, no one held back. Mournful screams filled the forest and echoed for a long time. Ziqin rushed to the Starry Sky City with a mere 15 people. The bold and crazy plan would be carried out by these 15 people. Outside the Starry Sky City, there were 4 gates in the north, south, east, and west. There was a final army of 10,000 people stationed at the west gate. As soon as Ziqin appeared with his men, they attracted the attention of this army. The leader was Ultimin. After learning that Swood was going to lead a team to hunt down the humans, he took the initiative to guard the west gate. Relatively speaking, he was very conservative. He was good at defense and not good at offense. He was sitting lazily on the back of a beast. When he saw the 15 people, he immediately sat up straight and muttered, "What's that Swood doing? He's leading an army of 30,000 in pursuit, and he's still missing a dozen people." The 15 people who appeared didn't rush to the 3 gates that were unguarded. Instead, they went straight for the west gate and the army of 10,000. Ultimin still couldn't figure out what these humans were up to. However, when he saw that there were 4 of the strongest people in the group, he naturally didn't dare to underestimate them. He immediately waved his hand and sent the slaves to their deaths to buy him some time to sort out his thoughts. However, this time, Ultimin was destined to miscalculate, because the 15 people who came didn't raise their blades at the human slaves. Instead, they instantly burst out with terrifying speed and swept over the relatively slow slaves, heading straight for the army of 10,000. What are they doing? Are they going to fight to the death? or are they going to run after fighting? Ultimin frowned slightly, increasingly unable to understand the human's attitude. He waved his hand, indicating for the army of 10,000 to prepare to attack. Disperse! Zichen shouted. The 15 people instantly dispersed and then charged at the army of 10,000 from several directions. As they advanced at high speed, the ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart constantly rang out. Attack! Ultimin's cold voice resounded in the air above the army. The army of 10,000 immediately launched an attack, and the sky was filled with attacks. Shen Tiandao, kill that leader, Zichen said loudly. This was the first time he had requested to kill a leader. I'll do it. Without waiting for Shen Tiandao to act, a soft shout rang out. The one who spoke was Jin Qingqing. As she advanced, her entire body emitted a resplendent golden light. She was extremely beautiful and had an excellent temperament. However, at this moment, a powerful killing intent surged around her. As the sound of her voice faded, her entire body erupted with a dazzling light. Using herself as a sword, she shot forward. Many attacks fell on Jin Qingqing, but the former's speed was too fast. With her body as a sword, the speed of the attacks was even faster. Many of the attacks that had clearly locked onto Jin Qingqing could only explode behind her. The golden sword pierced through the air and instantly arrived in front of Ultimin. Dense killing intent shot out, and Ultimin felt an aura of death from this killing intent. His expression changed, and with a loud shout, he suddenly stomped on the back of the exotic beast and used the momentum to retreat. At the same time, a sharp blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade tightly, mobilized a powerful force, and slashed down. Swoosh! Wherever the golden sword passed, the golden sword chi vibrated. The exotic beast that Ultimin was originally riding was instantly cut into dozens of pieces by the sword chi. The golden sword did not stop at all. It continued forward in a straight line, pointing straight at Ultimin. The sharp blade in the latter's hand slashed down viciously. It contained a powerful force, but it struck empty air. Jin Qingqing's speed was far beyond Ultimin's imagination. He had miscalculated. Swoosh! The golden sword flashed in front of Ultimin. The golden sword chi vibrated, and below him, many battle spirits were affected by the sword chi. Their bodies were cut into several pieces and they died. Ultimin, who was in the air, still made a slashing motion after the golden light flashed. His expression and movements were completely frozen. The next moment, rays of golden light burst out from his body. After the golden light burst out, his body was also cut into several pieces. He was dead. That beautiful human woman with an outstanding temperament had actually used only one strike to kill their leader, Ultimin. All the battle spirits were shocked, so much so that their attacks were a beat slower. In this life and death battlefield, a beat slower attack speed was extremely fatal. Zichen and the rest of the 14 arrived right after Jin Qingqing's attack. Zichen shouted, "Spread out, attack with all your strength." Chapter 15:21. This was the first time Jin Qingqing had truly displayed her full strength. She had killed Ultimin in one strike, shocking the group of battle spirits and buying precious time for Zichen and the others. Kill! However, despite the death of Ultimin's leader, the group of battle spirits did not panic at all. They gripped their weapons tightly, their morale high. Crazy killing intent surged around them as they charged toward Zichen. They knew that this person was the leader of the human team and had to be killed first. Zichen held his saber and trotted toward the battle spirits. His eyes were cold and indifferent. When he was 100 meters away from the battle spirits, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air, his body sweeping forward. Whoosh! Holding the scabbard in front of his chest with his left hand and the hilt with his right, he instantly unsheathed the saber. A loud and clear sound rang out. A shining saber light appeared as Zichen drew his saber. It swept toward the group of battle spirits ahead, extending hundreds of meters away. The saber light swept past, and the group of battle spirits was instantly thrown off their feet. The saber light dissipated. 100 meters ahead, there were dead bodies. There were no longer any living battle spirits. Zi Chen's leap dissipated, and his feet landed on the ground. His eyes flashed, and his figure flashed again after landing. It was as if he had teleported, and he immediately appeared at the end of the 100-meter saber light. His figure appeared. He was surrounded by battle spirits, living battle spirits. They stared at Zi Chen with cold eyes. Monstrous killing intent surged around them as they all held their weapons and slashed down. Cold light flashed as the attacks approached. Zi Chen sneered, and his body emitted a silver light. The silver light was dazzling, temporarily blinding the group of battle spirits. Small silver snakes rushed out from Zi Chen's body. They were the source of the dazzling silver light. The small silver snakes left Zi Chen's body and instantly enlarged. They were like giant pythons carrying the terrifying power of thunder as they swept toward the surrounding battle spirits. The giant pythons turned into lightning and spread out again. These lightning bolts were brought out by Zi Chen from the 3rd floor of Tongyu Tower. They had super destructive power. Boom! The spreading lightning was completely berserk, and the power of thunder and lightning raged wildly. In an instant, with Zi Chen as the center, a huge ball of lightning appeared out of thin air. The lightning ball that appeared did not stop there. It was still expanding. All the battle spirits within a radius of several hundred meters were enveloped by the berserk thunderbolts and were sucked into the lightning ball. Mournful screams were immediately emitted from the lightning ball. Seeing that Zi Chen had used so many thunderbolts to cover a radius of several hundred meters, the few people who were closer to Zi Chen tactfully scattered and rushed to the edge of the battlefield to kill the battle spirits. "Block the door!" Zi Chen's indifferent voice came from the lightning ball. When the battle in the outside world began, many foreign battle spirits rushed out of the west gate to provide support. The titled ones looked at each other and left the battlefield. They followed the heavenly path and went straight to the west gate. Midway, he suddenly exerted his strength, and a sharp attack that was hundreds of meters long appeared, slashing forward. Under this powerful attack, a large number of battle spirits were wiped out, leaving behind only the strange beast that was howling in terror. They had reached the most critical moment. None of the 15 people, including Zi Chen, could hold back. Therefore, everyone was displaying their strength at this moment, far more than usual. The heavenly path went to the west gate, but there were 3 other gates in Starry Sky City. Fortune Teller and Hidden Mist went to the north and south gates. The dark screen's figure flashed, and he was about to block the east gate. Obviously, if the west gate was blocked, the battle spirits would come out from the other 3 gates, and the other 3 gates would also be blocked. "I'll go." A cold voice sounded. It was Jean Qingqing. She was 1 step ahead of the dark screen and went straight to the east gate. The dark screen nodded and did not hesitate. He turned back to kill the battle spirit army. The heavenly path successfully killed his way to the west gate. He faced the 4 gates, and behind him was a sea of corpses. Any battle spirit that rushed out from the west gate was immediately killed. The heavenly path guarded the west gate like a man guarding a pass. Not a single battle spirit could escape alive. Soon, the city gate was piled up with corpses. In desperation, the battle spirit army could only rush out from the other 3 gates. Among the battle spirit army, Zi Chen, who was still slaughtering, rarely drew his sword. He just flew at extreme speed. Wherever he passed, he released many thunderbolts. The thunderbolts turned into lightning balls, covering a range of hundreds of meters. Within the lightning balls, the thunderbolts were violent. The battle spirits suffered heavy casualties, but some managed to escape alive. However, as soon as these battle spirits rushed out of the sea of lightning, they were killed by other powerful human beings. After using the thunderbolts as his trump card, A mere army of 10,000 people was really not enough in front of Zichen. It was only a matter of time before he killed all of them. However, the only thing Zichen lacked now was time, because the four of them could not guard the gate all the time. With so many battle spirits attacking, even if they were titled experts, their lives would be in danger if they resisted for a long time. With the help of the endless thunderbolts, even though Zichen's killing speed was very fast, Zichen still felt that it was slow. The thunderbolts were violent, roaring, and reaping the lives of the battle spirits. The endless thunderbolts kept roaring, deafening. Just as Zichen was desperately using the thunderbolts to kill the battle spirits, the sky above the starry sky city became brighter and brighter. Vaguely, there seemed to be a terrifying energy there. The battle spirit army suffered heavy casualties, but not all of them were dead. Boom! A joint attack formed by many forces emerged from the west gate. This force was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, the corpses of the battle spirits were affected by a trace of energy and immediately turned into ashes. This force passed through the city gate and went straight to Shantian Dao, who was blocking the gate. Stop it! Looking at such a violent energy attack, Shantian Dao roared to the sky. His black hair danced wildly, and energy around his body surged. A dazzling armor appeared, and from the shining armor, a light shield rushed out. The light shield protected Shantian Dao in the middle. Boom! The joint attack hit the light shield. The powerful force surged violently, and the light shield began to distort violently. After 3 breaths of time, the light barrier reached its limit and exploded. After that, this force hit Shantian Dao. Shantian Dao took a step back and shouted. An even more dazzling light burst out from his body. He was like a demon god. Without retreating a single step, he neutralized this terrifying force. At the city gate, when the group of battle spirits saw this scene, their faces also revealed a horrified expression. Swoosh! Shantian Dao raised his hand and swept it. The battle spirits who tried to rush out of the city gate were all killed. After blocking that attack, Shantian Dao seemed to be fine. However, no one saw that a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was only a trace of blood, but it was much more serious than the injury when he pretended to cough up blood earlier. He was only a human, not a god. Facing the joint attack of so many high-level battle spirits, it was already extraordinary that he could block it. The other 3 people who showed extreme speed had arrived at the other 3 city gates. They guarded the gates and killed the battle spirits who tried to rush out. However, this method of blocking the gates could not be maintained for long. In the team, in addition to Zichen, there were 3 guides, Hammer and Hammer. The 3 of them had reached the 3rd domain realm. Their combat strength was stronger than Zichen's. Their killing speed was very fast. On Zichen's side, there was only a massacre left. The real, fierce battle was at the city gate, where the 4 people guarding the 4 gates were. In the face of powerful attacks, the 4 of them blocked them with their own strength. They did not retreat a single step and bought time for Zichen. Boom! The army of 10,000 battle spirits was finally slaughtered by Zichen and the others. At this moment, Shantian Dao, who had withstood several powerful attacks, could no longer withstand the next attack. He was directly hit by the energy and was sent flying. A group of battle spirits rushed out of the west gate. Like a flood that had been opened, they let out earth-shattering roars. And Mu's figure flickered a few times and brought the injured Shantian Dao back. Looking at the endless number of battle spirits at the city gate, and Mu's eyes widened. He clicked his tongue and said, "Oh my God, how many battle spirits are there in this city?" The only city in the Nether Realm, the Starry Sky City, was the base of the alien battle spirits. After so many years, too many battle spirits had gathered. At this moment, these battle spirits swarmed out. Their number was more than the original 40,000. Boom! Jin Qingqing, who was guarding the east gate, was sent flying by a powerful force. She coughed up blood and flew back. Then, more battle spirits emerged from the east gate. Some of them were riding on exotic beasts, while others flew directly. Their target was Jin Qingqing. "Come back. All of you come back." Zi Chen's voice sounded. Jin Qingqing gritted her teeth, got up and flew over. At this moment, Fortune Teller and Miss Shadow were also sent, flying by a powerful force. They had failed to guard the gate and had to return. Obviously, these 4 titled warriors were all injured. Many battle spirits rushed out of the 4 gates. There were already more than 40,000 of them. Zi Chen's side only had 15 people. 15 people against tens of thousands of battle spirits. How could they fight this battle? Using thunder? Even if many battle spirits stood still, Zi Chen would need a long time to kill them. The right time, the right place, and the right people had all been gathered. But unfortunately, the right people were on the battle spirit side. Zi Chen showed his super strength and treated the battle spirits like grass. But he still didn't scare them. They didn't activate the city's defensive array. They just attacked desperately. Zi Chen's final plan was to let them activate the city's defensive array. But in the end, he miscalculated. Sigh. Through the 3 guides, the people in the outside world who saw this scene let out a deep sigh. Zi Chen found a way out in a dead end. And just as he was about to reach the end of the road, who knew that it would be cut off halfway? There's no other way. There's no other way. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were deeply regretful, and also deeply regretful. Zi Chen was indeed a genius. Along the way, he shocked everyone again and again. But the number of enemies was too many. They didn't expect that after so many years, the Nether Realm had attracted so many battle spirits. There was only one chance. Once missed, it wouldn't come again. Obviously, if Zi Chen wanted to use the same method, it wouldn't have any effect at all. Now, an army of tens of thousands had appeared. Even if Zi Chen and the others wanted to be death warriors and rush into the Starry Sky City, facing the Endless Army, it was impossible. Presently, there were only 2 paths before Zi Chen. One was to flee immediately, and then slowly exhaust the enemy until he died in the Netherworld. The other was to immediately fight desperately with the army before him until he died in battle. The other was to immediately fight desperately with the army before him until he died in battle. Of the 15 people, 14 had no idea. Or rather, they were waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. The army surged forward like a flood. The 15 people gathered together in silence. The 14 people looked at Zi Chen, waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. Their faces were filled with the determination to fight to the death, with the courage to face death. But what was Zi Chen doing? Chapter 1522. The alien army rushed forward like a flood. At this moment of life and death, the 14 of them did not hesitate to hand their lives over to Zi Chen. As long as Zi Chen said to fight, they would definitely fight to the death. To hand over their lives, what kind of trust was this? But at this critical moment, Zi Chen's mind wandered. His expression was dull, his eyes were blank, and he was speechless. They had not known Zi Chen for a long time, but even the shortest time they had known him was at least a year. After such a long time, Zi Chen's calmness, decisiveness, and intelligence had left a deep impression on them. But when had they ever seen Zi Chen in a daze? What they had seen the most was Zi Chen calmly dealing with matters. Without batting an eyelid, he would scheme against the enemy and thousands of miles away. But today, at this critical moment of life and death, Zi Chen was in a daze. These 2 expressions should not appear on a wise leader like Zi Chen. Everyone was puzzled because they knew Zi Chen very well. He never gave up, so for him to be in a daze at this moment was very strange. Without this opportunity to make a decision, the non-humankind army swiftly arrived, encircling Zi Chen and his group of 15 people layer by layer. Shentiandio turned around and saw the endless army. He sighed and said, "I'm not bad." As expected of the Nether Realm, we have killed over 100,000 battle spirits, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them left in the Starry Sky City. The army of battle spirits that surrounded the 15 were nearly 100,000 in number. In addition, there were also alien battle spirits in the Starry Sky City. It seemed that the entire Netherrealm had over 300,000 battle spirits. It seemed impossible for a mere 100 people to destroy an army of hundreds of thousands. The army of nearly 100,000 surrounded the area, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they coldly looked at the 15 humans who were like turtles in a jar. All the aliens were glowing with killing intent. Their weapons flashed with cold light. They were like fierce wolves and tigers, staring at the prey that was about to enter their mouths. Looking at these battle spirits, Hidden Mist couldn't help but laugh and scold. What **T is this? You can't even calculate a person's life. So what kind of destiny are you talking about? Jean Qingqing smiled gently. Her smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. She said lightly, "In the entire Shantian prefecture, I'm afraid you're the only one who doesn't believe in fortune-telling." "I don't believe it either. His Tao of divination is bullshit." "We've all become turtles in a jar," Dark Mantle also jokingly scolded. No matter if it was the Dark Mantle or the Hidden Mist, in the eyes of the public, they all had the image and bearing that a titled expert from a major power should have. It was the first time that they had cursed like today. Obviously, the two had already seen that their chances of survival were not high. They might as well live a carefree life before they died. In fact, they were quite envious of Manshur, Wuxia, and the others. They could scold and curse whenever they wanted, laugh or cry whenever they wanted. They really lived a carefree life. Being questioned again and again, the fortune-teller didn't get angry. He just shook his head and sighed. "Before I came here, I did a divination, but this place is very special." The divination didn't show anything. It was blank. As for the saying that there's no danger, it can only deceive a child like Zichen. I didn't expect you guys to take it seriously. "Ha ha!" The crowd roared with laughter. The wise Zichen, the decisive Zichen, the powerful Zichen, the leader Zichen, was actually called a child at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. As his laughter echoed in the air, a sense of heroism rose from him. Even if they died in battle, it was worth it for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the war-martial continent. Moreover, they had a group of brothers who were fighting side by side. Before this, they had never called each other brothers. However, at this moment, when they felt heroic, they also considered each other as brothers. They were brothers who were closer than real brothers. In the outside world, a group of people laughed when they saw this scene, but they couldn't help but shed tears. Obviously, this trip to the underworld was going to end here. They have created one miracle after another and contributed a lot to the Manor Realm. They should be called heroes. They deserve to be called heroes. So what if they were called heroes? What was the use of the title when they were no longer around? Everyone was sad. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear to look at the heroic smiling faces on the screen. His laughter reverberated through the air like thunder, spreading in all directions and entering the ears of all the battle spirits. The battle spirits sneered and looked at the 15 people mockingly. They couldn't feel the brotherly love in the laughter, nor could they feel the bravery and determination in the face of death. They could only feel sadness and pity. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. They just looked at the 15 pitiful humans, mockingly. While the laughter was still echoing, the 14 people soon realized that Zichen was still in a daze. Why was he still in a daze at a time like this? The crowd was puzzled. Because they knew Zichen too well, all of them looked at Zichen and sized him up carefully. Some of them even thought that Zichen couldn't have been scared out of his wits, right? They looked at Zichen carefully and followed Zichen's lifeless gaze to the sky. It was the sky above the Starry Sky City. The sky there was brighter than anywhere else, but that was it. What was there to see in a bright sky? Was home on the other side of the sky? Zichen missed home. Zichen didn't have a home, and he didn't miss it. He was in a daze because he saw another scene. It was a person who Shanlei said was naturally surrounded by lightning. The moment this world, called the Netherworld, was formed, he passed through the obstruction of time and space and came to this world. His arrival was silent and didn't alarm anyone. He came to the sky above the newly built Starry Sky City. Although there were many foreign race experts below, none of them could see him. He stood in the air and looked around. The lightning around him retracted slightly. Zichen saw his face and was shocked. It was a person who should have died. To be more precise, he should have died in the hands of the foreign invaders. He was an acquaintance because he had once passed through time to teach him a technique, but he failed. His eyes were hollow and deep, like a bottomless abyss, but also like the vast starry sky. In his eyes there was the sun, the moon, Xing Qin, all things in the world, and the changing of light. With a glance, he seemed to see through time and space, and see the scene billions of years later. Then he saw Zichen. Zichen also saw him. This was the second time the two of them met after crossing through time and space. Zichen didn't think that the other party could see him because it was too unbelievable. However, the other party did see him. The corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled at Zichen. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Then the figure surrounded by lightning disappeared and turned into endless lightning, standing in the sky above the Starry Sky City. Lightning surged in the sky, spreading a vast power. However, the foreign race below still didn't notice. They only felt that the sky had become a little brighter. Some of the foreign race experts looked up but couldn't see why. However, in Zichen's eyes, there was a terrifying surge of lightning. The lightning was too terrifying, even more terrifying than all the lightning on Zichen's body combined. Zichen couldn't tell whether the figure surrounded by lightning was the real body or a clone, but he could see that the other party turned into lightning and dissipated. The group of 14 people, including Shanlei, didn't know why Zichen was staring at the slightly brighter sky in a daze. Most of them thought that Zichen was homesick. However, death could come at any time. They had to wake Zichen up. At least, they had to know why they were dying. Jean Qingqing, who was nearby, reached out her hand and tapped Zichen's arm. Zichen's lifeless eyes gradually lit up. He saw Jean Qingqing beside him, who was looking at him with a strange expression. Zichen asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Jean Qingqing's beautiful face flashed with anger. She said, "You're about to die and you're still in a daze." "Oh," Zichen nodded. Obviously, he hadn't fully recovered his attention. Jean Qingqing was angry and embarrassed. However, in the eyes of the others, it was like flirting between lovers. She immediately laughed again. Others find joy in the midst of suffering, but these people are finding joy in the midst of death. A battle spirit leader looked at the chuckling humans and sneered. "Zichen, at this time, you should at least say a few words. If we have the chance to turn into battle spirits after death, we will definitely remember your last words." The fortune teller joked. "Yeah, say a few words for us." The crowd jeered. They were really finding joy in death. Zichen, who had recovered, gradually sorted out the unbelievable thoughts from before. He looked at the crowd in silence. Then he raised his head again and looked at the sky above the Starry Sky City. The sky above the Starry Sky City was very bright, but there was nothing. However, in Zichen's eyes, there were rays of lightning. These rays of lightning were like angry dragons that were trapped in a space and couldn't rush out. Body turned into lightning. Body turned into lightning. Zichen raised his head and saw a huge space. In that huge space, there were endless lightning dragons. Clearly seeing the lightning dragons in that space, Zichen knew that everything before was not an illusion. It was real. That person had indeed turned into lightning, and he had indeed seen him. Perhaps he had seen this scene in front of him all those years ago, and had seen his predicament. That was why he had turned into lightning to help him. Of course, this statement was more or less unrequited. To be precise, the person surrounded by lightning saw the scene many years later. Therefore, he wanted to borrow Zichen's hand to destroy the Starry Sky City and another realm. However, The other party didn't leave any seals or techniques. Zi-Chin could see the void door that hid the lightning. How could he find a way to open it? At this moment, Zi-Chin finally regained his senses. There was a bright light in his eyes, and the usual calmness and confidence returned to his face. He glanced at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Die? What do you mean, die?" "He's not going to die." Everyone looked at Zi-Chin, puzzled. Chapter 15:23. Of course I won't die. Zi-Chin had regained his usual calmness and confidence. His words were powerful, and it was hard not to believe him. Along the way, everyone had long been accustomed to believing in Zi-Chin. At this moment, death was inevitable, and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. But if Zi-Chin said he wouldn't die, then he believed that Zi-Chin wouldn't die. In the outside world, the group of cultivators felt deep regret. In the past, they didn't care about Zi-Chin, but after he triggered the Thunder Clan's grudge in the 3rd level and drew out the world rules, he attracted the attention of the old man. Then, Zi-Chin was like a dark horse, rapidly rising. First, he obtained the Spirit Domain Core, suppressing everyone. Then he obtained the Perfect Domain Seed. After entering the Netherworld realm as the leader, the methods Zi-Chin displayed left everyone shocked. Such a person's potential far surpassed those several titled sovereigns. If he was carefully nurtured, he would surely become an extraordinary existence in the future. Unfortunately, Zi-Chin had encountered a situation where death was certain. There was only a single path left for him. Everyone lamented and even felt some regret. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have allowed Zi-Chin to take such a risk. But as the dazed Zi-Chin woke up and said, "Of course I won't die," everyone raised their heads. They looked at Zi-Chin on the light screen with astonishment. They looked at the high-spirited leader Zi-Chin, who didn't give up and whose words carried enormous weight. They were the same as the remaining 14 people. They chose to believe in Zi-Chin, even if they didn't know if there was any chance of survival. But along the way, when had Zi-Chin not accomplished something that everyone thought was impossible? Mocking laughter reverberated through the world. Those battle spirits also heard Zi-Chin's words. Their faces were filled with disdain. They looked at Zi-Chin as if they were looking at an idiot. Facing such a situation, he still dared to say he wouldn't die. This was even more boastful than daydreaming. As long as the battle spirits attacked once, the group of 15 people would all be killed. Thus, there wasn't much time left for Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. The mocking laughter of the alien battle spirits was still echoing in the air. Seeing Zi-Chin soar into the air, the laughter of the battle spirits gradually came to a stop and their expressions changed. One of the leaders raised his hand high up and locked onto Zi-Chin with killing intent. As long as he gave the order, tens of thousands of attacks would fall onto Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin, who was in the air, did not run away. The group of battle spirits did not immediately kill him either. They just looked at Zi-Chin curiously and mockingly. They wanted to see how he could keep people alive. Zi-Chin stood in the sky, where the figure from countless years ago stood. He looked down at the entire Starry Sky City. Outside the Starry Sky City, everything could be seen at a glance. Zi-Chin chuckled and said, "This is indeed a good place." Lightning began to flash around his body, dazzling and resplendent. Wearing the battle armor given to him by Thunder Flash, coupled with the power of thunder that surged out from his body, Zi-Chin was like a god of thunder, standing between the heavens and earth. He looked down at everyone, his expression indifferent. He pointed a finger at the sky and shouted, "Thunder Gate, open!" The Thunder Gate was a portal in the sky that sealed off space. When Zi-Chin saw this portal, he naturally knew how to open it. As his voice fell, everyone was stunned. Thunder Gate, what was that? This was the Starry Sky world. So where did the Thunder Gate come from? Looking up at the sky, the humans were stunned and the battle spirits were puzzled. In the sky, there was nothing unusual. It was just that the already bright sky seemed to have become a little brighter. But in the next moment, the space in the sky began to twist and distort. The clouds in the sky began to tumble. Beam after beam of silver light pierced through the clouds like sharp swords. The silver light was like snakes of electricity, sometimes flashing and sometimes appearing, causing the sky to flicker between light and darkness. As the sky changed, the expressions of all the battle spirits changed. The eyes of the humans below lit up. It seemed that a miracle was about to happen. The rolling silver light spread out and enveloped the entire starry sky city. Then it spread out again and enveloped the army of more than 100,000 battle spirits outside the city. More silver light pierced through the clouds. Through the clouds pierced by the silver light, the human battle spirits saw the dazzling lightning hidden in the silver light. A terrifying aura emerged from the sky in the next moment and swept toward the ground. This aura was as vast as the sea and as heavy as a divine mountain, making people feel suffocated. Silver light flashed, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc on the ground. Everything was like the end of the world. The expressions of all the battle spirits changed drastically. Kill him. Looking at the indifferent Zichen standing under the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, a look of horror appeared on the face of the foreign race leader. He then shouted. Many attacks whizzed toward Zichen. Swoosh! Around Zichen, the power of space began to distort. It was as if he had entered another space. Many attacks were about to reach him, but they were unable to advance any further. Immediately after, rays of light fell from Zichen's body and landed on the 14 people below. When the light fell on the 14 people, they disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already beside Zichen in that independent space. The Thunder Gate opened. The next thing was completely left to the endless lightning. As for Zichen and the other 15 people, they became spectators. Boom! The Thunder Gate opened completely. The clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart. A huge silver world appeared. In this silver world, many lightning bolts fell from the sky. Including Zichen, the faces of the 15 people were filled with shock, because as the lightning fell, they could no longer see anything in their line of sight. There was only the endless light of lightning. It was as if there was a thunderstorm. The power of lightning filled their entire field of vision. The thunderstorm connected heaven and earth. It was like a chain of lightning that pierced through heaven and earth. It fell from the sky and landed outside the starry sky city, landing on the army of 100,000. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded. Before the sound could spread, more thunderbolts exploded. The thunder rumbled. At this moment, other than the flashing lightning, there was only the constant rumbling of thunder. Other than the lightning and thunder, there was no other light or sound in this world. It was as if they had entered a world of lightning. Where the army of 100,000 was originally, it was shrouded in lightning. The lightning exploded, and the terrifying power of lightning wreaked havoc. Shrill screams, angry roars, and regretful roars were all covered by the rumbling thunder. Outside the starry sky city, the army of 100,000 was in chaos. But the power of lightning was too terrifying. It covered a wide area. A group of battle spirits died under the roaring thunder before they could rush out. Some of the smarter battle spirits held up a light shield and struggled to hold on. But the lightning in the sky was endless. How long could they hold on? The endless lightning not only fell outside the starry sky city, but also inside the city. Because they did not take the initiative to hold up the defensive array, these lightning bolts fell into the starry sky city unimpeded. After that, the starry sky city became a sea of lightning. Many buildings exploded in the roaring thunder. Many battle spirits died under the raging thunder. In the starry sky city that Zichen and the others could not see, large numbers of battle spirits died. Their screams before they died were drowned out by the rumbling thunder. Wave after wave of destructive air waves spread out into the distance. Hundreds of miles away, in the transformed mountain forest, the killing continued. All kinds of sounds were heard. All the humans were shuttling through the forest, trying their best to kill all the battle spirits. However, there were 30,000 battle spirits in the mountain forest. It was not easy to kill all of them. Suddenly, the world became bright. The earth began to shake. Without any warning, the earth shook as if a great earthquake was coming. A huge wave of air swept into the forest. Then, the deafening sound of rolling thunder could be heard from afar. What happened? The earth shook violently. The rumbling thunder continued as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the thunder. It seems to be the Starry Sky City. This should be related to Ziqin and the others. Someone said. Wave after wave of air waves swept out. Some of the ancient trees near the outside world were uprooted. Rocks rolled down from the mountain peaks. All the ancient trees in the mountain forest swayed as the air waves came. It looked like they had come alive and were about to attack. Even in the mountain forest, everyone's hair danced with the airwaves. Their cheeks were stinging. Even from so far away, they felt this way. Everyone could not help but wonder what it would be like to be in the middle of an energy attack. Wu Xie, who was bathed in blood, flashed to the top of a mountain. He looked in the direction of the Starry Sky City. He was hundreds of miles away, but he could not see anything. Besides the rumbling thunder, he could only see the heavenly lightning becoming brighter. Wu Xie did not know what was happening, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. So, he urged the others to speed up the killing. As the earth shook, battle spirits were killed one after another. At the same time, there were also humans who died in this battle. 30,000 battle spirits was not a small number. Once a group of them gathered together, it was a fighting strength that could not be ignored. Outside, the cultivator's senses were the same as Ziqin and the others. They could only see endless thunder and hear the constant rumbling of thunder. Although what they saw and heard was monotonous, everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. The Thunder Clan, it's the Thunder Clan again. It seems that they have been brooding over the invasion of the foreign races. They actually hid it from everyone and left such a backup plan in the Nether Realm. Looking at the monotonous thunder on the light screen, the old man praised again and again. That's right. For that power to be hidden for so long without even the foreign races noticing, it must be some kind of seal. Only the people of the Thunder Clan can sense it. Even the battle spirits of the Thunder Clan can't. Another old man said, Indeed, Shanlei was a member of the Thunder Clan. After awakening, he was also a battle spirit of the Thunder Clan. However, he could not sense the vast power of thunder. Chapter 1524. Everyone was excited. With thunder as a backup, destroying the Nether Realm was just around the corner. But after the old man heard this, his expression remained solemn. He shook his head and said, This power of thunder is indeed terrifying, but it might not be able to kill hundreds of thousands of battle spirits, especially in that Starry Sky City. Although they didn't have time to activate the great defensive array, the buildings in the city might have defensive arrays. Once the thunder dissipates, there should still be many battle spirits alive. There will be a fierce battle to come. Whether or not they can survive and complete their mission will depend on how many battle spirits can survive. As the others heard this, their joyful expressions immediately vanished, replaced by ugly ones. If what the old man said was true, then they would be in trouble. Nether Realm. In the skies above Starry Sky City, the rumbling of thunder continued for a quarter of an hour. The thunder within the Thunder Gate also fell for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the thunder was exhausted. The world of the Thunder Gate had completed its mission and vanished. The last bit of the Thunder Clan's obsession with the alien race dissipated. The 15 people in the world of the Thunder Gate returned to the real world. Although a quarter of an hour had passed, everyone's faces were still filled with shock. They never imagined that Ziqin would summon so much thunder at such a time. The shocked crowd was eager to see the results of the thunder, so they all looked down. The once flat ground outside Starry Sky City had now become a giant crater. Within the crater, there were still some thunder shock waves raging, occasionally emitting deep explosive sounds. Everywhere they looked, charred corpses were strewn across the ground. A pungent smell rose into the air along with the energy shock waves. After a quarter of an hour of thunder bombarding the army of 100,000 battle spirits, nearly all of them were annihilated. During this time, there were occasional pained howls, but from the sounds, it was clear that even if these people didn't die, they were still severely injured. They were no longer a threat to Zichen and the others. Of the 100,000 battle spirits, 90% had died. Less than 10% were injured, and all of them were severely injured. The battle spirits here were no longer a threat. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the Starry Sky City below. In such a large city, everyone could see that over 80% of the buildings had been turned into ruins, but there were still 20% of the buildings standing. Some of them were emitting black smoke and were damaged in many places, just a hair's breadth away from collapsing. There were also some buildings that weren't too badly damaged, but the ones that attracted the most attention were the ones that were still intact. The surface of these buildings flashed with remnant energy light. These remnant lights were their own defense, blocking the bombardment of thunder. Everything was as the old man had predicted. The terrifying lightning had a great killing power. On the streets, there were no living battle spirits, only charred corpses. However, 1 or 2 battle spirits would occasionally climb out of the collapsed buildings. As for the battle spirits in the towering buildings, they were completely unscathed. To think that they weren't completely wiped out. Seeing a large number of battle spirits appear in the originally silent city, Man sure appeared slightly disappointed. Compared to a quarter of an hour ago, this is like the difference between heaven and earth. Let's go and destroy the summoning platform first. Zichen patted Man Shure's shoulder. Then he transformed into a streamer of light and flew towards the center of the city. There, a huge summoning platform appeared. Endless thunder rumbled, but the summoning platform was not destroyed. Mansure and the others followed in a flash. Near the recruitment platform, there were several tall buildings that were still intact. At this moment, battle spirits were constantly rushing out from them. He flashed into the city, and the slaughter started again. Destroy the summoning platform first. After Zichen killed more than a dozen battle spirits with a single slash, he shouted to the people behind him. The 3 guides nodded. Then, everyone rushed towards the summoning platform. When they arrived at the summoning platform, the 3 of them split into 3 directions and began to destroy the summoning platform. Zichen and the others guarded the surroundings to prevent the battle spirits from coming to stop them. Kill these humans. The summoning platform cannot be destroyed. Kill the humans first. Battle spirits rushed out of the buildings, one after another. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed, but the number of battle spirits was still large. After rushing out of the buildings, seeing that the humans were about to destroy the last summoning platform, the surviving battle spirits became crazy and rushed towards them without regard for their lives. Boom! Zichen waved his hand. A large area of lightning appeared. The charging lightning turned into a huge thunderball and swept the charging battle spirits in. Then, Zichen drew his sword. The sharp sword light swept to the side and instantly killed 5 or 6 battle spirits. Jean Qingqing was guarding him from the side. She was seriously injured when blocking the door, so it was a little difficult for her to stop these crazy battle spirits. The slaughter continued. Many battle spirits fell, but more and more battle spirits appeared in the sight of Zichen and the others. There should be only 15 humans left. Let's close the door and beat the dogs. A battle spirit who seemed to have a high status appeared. When he saw Zichen and the other 15 humans from afar, his eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Activate the defensive array. With a loud shout, the defensive array of the Starry Sky City was finally activated. However, because of the previous lightning baptism, many of the array bases were damaged. The activated array's defense was not as good as it was at its peak. Even so, this defensive array was not something that Zichen and the others could break. Oh no, we can't get out. Looking at the light shield that enveloped the entire city, Man sure screamed. Zichen smiled coldly and said, "Since we can't get out, let's kill like crazy." The 30,000 soldiers in the forest were finally destroyed by everyone's all-out attack. The group of living humans walked out of the forest, and Wu Xia began to count the number of people. Zichen took away 14 people, and there were still 79 people left. Now there were 46 people left. The number of casualties was as high as 33, and many of the 46 people alive were seriously injured. The leader was Wu Xia, who had been following Zichen all this time. After the losses were accounted for, the twins and Shang Guanhong also walked out of the forest. The three of them collected the remaining mountain spirits and ancient tree spirits that were still alive. I wonder how Zichen is doing. We have to go and take a look, Wu Xia said in a deep voice. Then the group turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the Starry Sky City. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong had been worried about Zichen. They felt that following the main group was too slow, so Dongqing summoned the Aurora Pegasus and moved forward quickly. When they arrived at the Starry Sky City, the two of them saw the isolated Starry Sky City, and their expressions changed instantly. The deep pit outside the city was filled with corpses. There were battle spirits and slaves. Under the lead of the Aurora Pegasus, the two of them circled around the battlefield and didn't find any human corpses. They heaved a sigh of relief. If they weren't dead, then they were naturally in the Starry Sky City. However, the formation above the Starry Sky City had already been activated. The two of them rushed to the sky above the Starry Sky City and looked down at the city, but they couldn't see anything. They tried to launch a few attacks, but they didn't even cause a ripple. How could the two of them break through the formation of a city? Wu Xia and the others rushed over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. There were no less than 100,000 corpses on the ground. They didn't understand how Zichen did it. During this time, there were some wailing battle spirits. These battle spirits were all seriously injured. After asking Zichen and the others for information, they were directly killed. "Did you see Zichen?" Wu Xia flew towards the two of them. The two of them shook their heads. Dongqing pointed at the light shield below and said, "There are no traces of him outside. Zichen might have entered. We have to break the light shield quickly." "All right." Gu Wen, Ma Yingqiang quickly set up the formation. The two brothers hurried over and started to set up the formation in the air. The others were looking for battle spirits that were seriously injured, but not dead. After finding them, they asked Zichen and the others for information. After failing to find any, they killed them again. Purely out of luck, they actually found a living slave. A cultivator who was good at searching souls stepped forward and easily searched the slave's memories. After seeing the scene through the memories, the cultivator's face was immediately filled with shock. When everyone heard that Zichen summoned endless lightning and directly destroyed an army of 100,000, even the Starry Sky City was affected. They were all shocked. Wu Xia's face was very gloomy. The whole story was very clear. Zichen led people in and destroyed the recruitment platform. He only hoped that Zichen could hold on for a while longer. Outside, the twins were breaking the formation. In the Starry Sky City, the front of Zichen and the others was already covered with battle spirits' corpses. Facing Zichen and the others' near-massacre battle, these battle spirits were not afraid at all. Instead, they attacked even more fiercely. This was because the recruitment platform was about to be destroyed. Boom! 2 hours later, the largest, most important, and last recruitment platform was destroyed. It turned into endless ruins and could never be restored. With the destruction of the recruitment platform, the mysterious connection between the Nether Realm and the Manor Realm was completely cut off. From now on, the awakened battle spirits of other races would not be recruited. This was the ultimate goal of Ziqin and the others. Now that they had completed their mission, the three guides heaved a huge sigh of relief. At this moment, Jin Qingcheng collapsed from her injuries. "Protect Jin Qingcheng," Ziqin said. Shan Lei went forward and brought Jin Qingcheng back to the ruins of the recruitment platform. He replaced Jin Qingcheng's position. Then the other three titled cultivators also collapsed and were replaced by Ba Dao and Zhong Chue. Then the 11-person team began to shrink and defend. Because of the lightning on him, Ziqin had more space to defend. However, after a while, the lightning was almost exhausted. During the battle, Manshur inadvertently looked up and saw figures flashing outside the light shield. He looked happy and said, "They're here." Ziqin saw Wu Xie and the others, as well as the anxious Shang Guanhong and Dongqing. However, the latter did not see them and looked back at the battlefield. Ziqin said calmly, "The twins need 1 day to break the formation. We have to hold on for at least 1 day." 1 day. Manshur's expression was bitter. It was not easy for the two of them to break the formation in such a big city in 1 day. The destruction of the recruitment platform destroyed the hope of the battle spirits. The battle spirits attacked even more desperately and fell one after another. Everyone was exhausted and almost exhausted. They were all seriously injured. In the end, even Dark Mantle and Manshur could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Only Ziqin and the three guides were left. Ziqin had endless power, but the three guides did not. The three of them could not hold on any longer. Ziqin glanced at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, take care of the others. Leave this to me." After he finished speaking, without waiting for their response, a violet gold gourd charged out from Ziqin's sea of consciousness. A misty light descended from the mouth of the gourd, enveloping the group of 14 people before taking them away. Ziqin was the only one left at the scene. Chapter 15:25. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they witnessed the destruction of the last summoning platform. This was a magnificent feat that everyone had aspired to accomplish since the establishment of the Manor Realm. However, millions of years had passed, and all the teams that had entered the Nether Underworld had perished. This time, Ziqin was the only one who had led everyone to complete this seemingly impossible mission. From now on, the entire prefectural realm had truly become the prefectural realm of the Zhanwu continent. It had become a true trial ground. From now on, the prefectural realm would open as usual. The foreign tribe battle spirits would be controlled by them and become the targets of the humans' trials. The mission was successfully completed, but Ziqin and the others were obviously in danger. 11 of the team's 15 people were severely injured, and reinforcements had yet to arrive. Hammer and the other 2 were obviously at their limits. Ziqin was still powerful, but no one knew how long he could last until the twins broke the formation. The image disappeared after Ziqin took away Hammer and the other 2. No one could see what happened in the Starry Sky City. The mission was successfully completed, and everyone was relieved. They should have been relaxed, but now they couldn't relax at all. Their faces were full of worry for Ziqin and the others. Ziqin was the only human left in the Starry Sky City. He sheathed his scabbard and held his saber in his right hand. He glanced at the battle spirits around him indifferently. With a flash of brilliance, the 3 battle spirits rushed towards Ziqin. The sharp blades in their hands flashed with a cold light. Their sudden burst of speed whistled through the air, causing Ziqin's black hair to flutter wildly. Swoosh! Ziqin held his saber and slashed forward. A sharp saber light flashed. He beheaded them. 3 heads flew high into the air and blood spurted out. Ziqin's body swayed slightly, and he neutralized the vibrating power around him. With a whistling sound, the 4 battle spirits behind Ziqin closed in. Before Ziqin could turn around, 3 battle spirits appeared on his left and 3 on his right. Cold light appeared in front of him where he had just killed the 3 battle spirits. Cold light surged from all directions, encircling Zi Qin and attacking him. Previously, the 4 of them had been able to guard all 4 sides. Now that only Zi Chen was left, they could only guard one side. Zi Chen's eyes were calm. The power around him surged, and a 3-meter space appeared. As soon as the battle spirits entered the 3-meter radius, they immediately felt a tremendous pressure. This pressure caused the speed of the battle spirits to plummet, causing their complexions to change. In this 3-meter space, Zi Chen's speed increased greatly. Swoosh! The saber light flashed again, and the heads of these battle spirits flew 3 meters away from their bodies. The battle spirits all had their eyes wide open, dying with grievances. Within the 3-meter space, a surge of energy rippled out, and the headless corpses, along with the blood that spurted out, were shaken out of the 3-meter space. Although Zi Chen's eyes were calm, his heart was not calm at all. He regretted his current state. If it wasn't the so-called 3-meter space, but a 3-meter space or even a 3-meter space, Zi Chen would be able to exterminate these reckless battle spirits in a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The domain space was only 3 meters. Even so, Zi Chen should feel lucky and not complain. This was because no one else would give them a 3-meter domain space. After opening up the 3-meter space, the pressure on Zi Chen was greatly reduced. All the battle spirits that tried to charge forward had less than 10% of their original speed in this 3-meter space, and were easily killed by Zi Chen. One battle spirit after another fell, but more battle spirits rushed forward. These battle spirits were not afraid of death. As the slaughter continued, Zi Chen, who had attacked again and again, gradually became unable to withstand it. His spirit was extremely weak, and he looked like he was about to die. The leader of the battle spirits stood in the distance and watched. He didn't attack. Looking at Zi Chen, who had been on the verge of death but still hadn't died, he felt very depressed. Although he couldn't see what the 3-meter space was, after a human revealed that state, under normal circumstances, he should have died after a while. But around that human there was a thick pile of corpses, and he was still in that state. The battle spirit leader frowned gloomily. Zi Chen knew that the other party was sizing him up from afar, but in this situation, the battle spirits had clearly gone crazy. Killing the leader was no different from killing an ordinary battle spirit. As a result, Zi Chen didn't need to waste his energy to kill the leader. If he could hold on for a moment, then he would. If he couldn't, then he would think of another way. In the outside world, the twins were very anxious, so they went all out. Their potential erupted, and their formation speed was the fastest in their lives. But to cover a huge city was not something that could be done in a short period of time. A day and a night was their limit. Puff! A saber fell, and another battle spirit died 3 meters away. Zi Chen's saber was still as decisive and ruthless as before, but his speed was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the 3-meter space, with his speed, he would have already been swarmed by the battle spirits and chopped to death. The 3-meter space was no longer as clean as before. Blood sprinkled everywhere, and Zi Chen's body was dyed in blood. He was like a man made of blood. His eyes were no longer sharp, and his bright black eyes showed signs of slackening. This was a sign that he couldn't endure and was about to die. Looking at this scene from afar, the battle spirit leader couldn't help but smile. He signaled for more battle spirits to attack. He knew that the human was about to die. Swish, 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 swish. More battle spirits rushed towards Zi Chen, attacking Zi Chen from all directions. The 3-meter space around Zi Chen suddenly vanished. The battle spirit leader was overjoyed. He thought that the human was about to fall and die. Boom! However, in the next moment, lightning surged, and a thunderball dozens of meters wide appeared. The power of thunder raged, and the screams of the battle spirits rang out from the thunderball. The battle spirit leader was furious. This damn guy, didn't he use up the thunder long ago? The power of thunder raged in the thunderball. The battle spirits didn't dare to go forward. They could only wait at the edge for the thunderball to dissipate. As soon as the thunderball dissipated, the battle spirits looked in front of them, dumbfounded. They saw that on the many corpses, dozens of humans suddenly appeared, and these humans were all exactly the same. Just as they were dumbfounded, these humans moved, fleeing in all directions. It was Zi-Chen's usual doppelganger trick. Chase after them. The battle spirit leader was furious. He turned around and shouted. Many battle spirits chased after those doppelgangers. In about 10 breaths of time, all the doppelgangers were killed. After that, the battle spirits were dumbfounded again. The doppelgangers were destroyed. But where was the real body? Why couldn't they see the real body? Find them, find them. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, the battle spirit leader shouted angrily. That human was starting to play these little tricks. It was obvious that he was really about to die. At this moment, Zi-Chen was sitting cross-legged in his own 3-meter world. With perfect defense and armor, his injuries weren't serious, but his mental energy consumption was great. Previously, the battle spirits were closing in step by step. In addition, the others were also supporting him, so Zi-Chen didn't have time to use his doppelgangers. Now, it was time to use them vividly. Of course, this was also an act of self-protection. Zi-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Hiding in his own domain, it would take a while for the battle spirits to find him. Zi-Chen could take advantage of this time to recover. The battle spirits outside began to use all kinds of methods and eye techniques to find Zi-Chen's traces. They carefully examined every space nearby, but they didn't find the slightest abnormality. The battle spirit leader's eyes shone with a strange light. This was also an eye technique. He was examining the suspicious power of space around him. This was the Netherrealm, a special place. Others couldn't open their domains here. Although Zi-Chen was a bit special, he would leave behind spatial fluctuations after opening his domain. The battle spirits held their breaths and stayed motionless. They examined one area after another. Suddenly, the battle spirit leader's gaze fell on the space beside a corpse on the ground. There was something strange about the space there. In the domain, Zi-Chen opened his eyes, surprise on his face. They found me so quickly. Just as he noticed the abnormality, the battle spirit leader saw a figure dash out and then turn into a stream of light, flying into the distance. Kill him! The battle spirit leader shouted. The light in his eyes dimmed as he pointed at the fleeing figure. The group of battle spirits chased after him with all their might. However, the speed of this human was extremely fast. Under the extreme speed he displayed, his figure flickered in and out of existence. The group of battle spirits following behind him were also being played around with. Trash, you're all trash. The battle spirit leader was furious. He personally went to chase after Zi-Chen. Puff! After a round of pursuit, Zi-Chen's body was split into 2 halves, but there was no sign of blood. Damn it, another clone. The battle spirit leader reacted, but it was too late. Zi-Chen's real body had already run away. He could only search again. In the purple gold gourd, the group of 14 people were very worried about Zi-Chen. They were afraid that he would be in danger. They didn't know that Zi-Chen was alone in this huge city. With the help of the domain and his clones, he was like a fish in water. The only downside was that he couldn't kill other battle spirits. In the outside world, the old man and the others sighed, feeling both regret and regret. In their hearts, they all predicted that something bad would happen. Outside the Starry Sky City, Wu Xie and the others were also very anxious. They kept urging the twins to speed up. In the Starry Sky City, Zi-Chen no longer killed people. He focused on hiding, but this made the battle spirits even angrier than killing people. Damn it, come out! The battle spirit leader roared. He had already killed more than a dozen humans, and they were all very fast. However, he was helpless. These humans were all damn clones. After killing many clones, the battle spirit leader could clearly feel that the clones were getting faster and faster. Obviously, this was because his real body was recovering. "Damn it, do you dare to come out and fight?" The battle spirit leader roared. "Let's fight." A cold voice sounded. Zi-Chun appeared and stared coldly at the battle spirit leader. The latter shouted and charged at Zi-Chun. After a dozen moves, the battle spirit leader slashed Zi-Chun again and said angrily, "Another clone." In the domain world, Zi-Chun was still recovering. He seemed to have heard the battle spirit leader's roar. He smiled faintly and said, "I only have one clone now. Since you want it, I'll give you another one." As he spoke, another light figure rushed out and turned into a clone. After the clone appeared, it fled without fighting. Zi-Chun, who was focused on saving his life, played the battle spirits in the city. Unknowingly, a day and a night passed. Chapter 1526. After a day and a night, they finished setting up the formation. The twins then arranged the mountain spirits according to the formation. Finally, they summoned the Mountain Spirit King and placed it above the starry sky city. The formation was activated and beams of light appeared. The mountain spirits were activated, releasing their power and injecting it into the Mountain Spirit King. A violent aura swept through the sky, and a storm appeared out of nowhere. A huge mountain peak fell from the sky with a vast power. Boom! The mountain peak fell heavily, and the light shield trembled. Ripples spread out. Such a powerful attack, but the effect was minimal. This made the twins' faces turn ugly. If they continued to bombard the city like this, even if hundreds of such attacks were launched, they might not be able to break the formation below. City Defense Formation and Guardian Formation were only one word apart, but the effect was much worse. "Break the formation quickly," Wu Xie said in a low voice when he saw the scene. The two brothers nodded and no longer had any scruples. As they changed the seals in their hands, dozens of mountains below exploded. A destructive power emerged from the exploded mountains. This power was absorbed by the formation and transferred into the huge mountains. Boom! The Mountain Spirit King went completely berserk. An unimaginable power was released from it, and the surrounding space began to distort violently. The Mountain Spirit King crashed down, and a terrifying power erupted. The entire starry sky city began to shake, and the light shield of the formation began to distort. In the starry sky city, the battle spirits who had been mocking the humans for attacking the weak were shocked after the Mountain Spirit King's second attack. Again, the twins shouted and controlled the Mountain Spirit King to rise from the ground. Another mountain peak exploded, and the formation began to absorb the power crazily. It was then converted into the Mountain Spirit King's body. Boom! Boom! Loud sounds rang out, and the entire starry sky city trembled violently. The defensive formation in the sky began to distort crazily, forming all kinds of strange shapes. The power that formed the formation was constantly being consumed under the Mountain Spirit King's attacks. In the city, almost no battle spirits could stand as the tremors continued. Many buildings collapsed in the tremors. The foreign race leader looked up and saw the defensive formation in danger. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew it was over. The starry sky city was completely finished. Boom! With a final explosion, the array was broken, and the starry sky city appeared before everyone's eyes. When the tyrannical energy and the pervading smoke and dust dispersed, what entered everyone's eyes were corpses and despairing battle spirits, but no humans were seen. Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing's eyes immediately turned red, and tears fell from their cheeks. Wu Xie frowned, feeling downcast. As for the other humans who had soared into the sky, they fell silent after seeing what had happened below. The silence made them very sad. On one hand, it was because of Zi-Chun, and on the other hand, it was because of themselves. After all, only Zi-Chun was in control of the way back. If Zi-Chun died, even if they survived, they would not be able to return. Everyone was extremely dejected, so much so that they forgot to kill the remaining battle spirits. Suddenly, they saw light erupt from a certain place in the city. A figure appeared. That figure was shining from head to toe and was extremely eye-catching. Streaks of lightning surged around him. This was someone who was naturally surrounded by lightning radiance. Everyone's dejected, disappointed, and sad expressions lit up when they saw that figure, because that person was none other than Ziqin. Ziqin, who had reappeared. Not only did he not have any injuries, but he also looked like he was at his peak, showing off his ability and powerful confidence. But was Ziqin the only one left out of the 15? In the next moment, the light flashed again, and the other 14 people appeared. After more than a day of recovery, although everyone's injuries had not fully healed, their spirits were much better. When everyone saw Ziqin at his peak, they were all stunned. After all, after so long, they all thought that it was already a miracle that Ziqin could hold on until now. However, not only did Ziqin hold on until now, but he was also at his peak. As they looked up, they found that the light shield had disappeared. The array was broken, and reinforcements had indeed come. A group of humans descended from the sky and arrived beside the 15 people. Ziqin glanced at everyone, counted the number of people, and said, "Only these people are left." Wu Xie nodded and said, 33 died in this battle. People were bound to die in war. This was something that Ziqin had expected. He collected his thoughts and turned his gaze to the battle spirits of the foreign races. The human reinforcements had arrived, and each of them was like a pack of wolves and tigers, revealing their killing intent. The battle spirits in the city, which were not many to begin with, were in complete despair. There was no defensive array in the sky, but there was another array, and there were 2 humans controlling this array. The battle spirits were completely dead. Despair. Complete despair. After despair, they attacked desperately, hoping to exchange a life for a life. After a battle to the death, they were all dead. All the battle spirits in the entire Starry Sky City were killed, and not a single one was left alive. Wu Xie took out the map again, and there were 2 small towns marked on it. He asked Ziqin if he wanted to go and destroy them. Ziqin waved his hand and said, "No need. That small town has already lost its battle spirits." Indeed, when the Starry Sky City was on the brink of life and death, the battle spirits of these small towns had already been summoned. Now they were all empty. This time, everyone had completed their mission perfectly, and many of them were crying tears of joy. Those who survived all had a huge amount of luck points on them. To be honest, they were all starting to worry about whether they would have enough items to exchange after returning to the Tongyu Tower. In the outside world, the cultivators were also cheering, and they were completely relieved. The old man gestured for everyone to put away the jade slips. The underworld was completely finished, and these jade slips were useless. Although they would not be destroyed, they would be sealed. Looking at the excited people on the screen, the old man said with a smile, "Next, it's time to welcome these little guys back. Yes, they are all so outstanding. To be able to come back alive, they must have a lot of luck points on them. I'm also a little doubtful whether our items are enough for them to exchange." A cultivator said excitedly. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Under normal circumstances, of course it's not enough. Send someone to inform them that from now on, everything will be 10 times more expensive." The group of battle spirits were all stunned. The old man said nonchalantly, "Although our manor realm has collected many shattered small worlds back then, we don't have an infinite amount of resources. If they take all of our small worlds, who will come to our manor realm to train?" The people behind him could only nod helplessly. Everyone was very excited that they were going back. Many people rushed into the buildings and the large trading areas to begin their last search. Occasionally, they would encounter 1 or 2 battle spirits who were pretending to be dead and killed them directly. Ziqin sat alone on the city wall, looking into the distance with a melancholy expression. He seemed absent-minded. There was a flash of light, and the heavy hammer appeared in front of Ziqin. He smiled and said, "Everything is over. It's time to go back. You seem very unhappy. When the old man saw Zichen on the screen, he laughed and said, Tell Zichen not to worry. I will fulfill my promise to him. I will complete the mission perfectly and create a miracle. He should be happy. Zichen naturally did not know the old man's words. He looked into the distance, but his heart was in a dilemma. After a while he sighed and said, Is everything really over? What do you mean? Heavy Hammer was stunned and asked in confusion. In the outside world, the old man and the others were also stunned by Zichen's words. Zichen turned to look at Heavy Hammer and said, Didn't you notice that we haven't encountered any high-level foreign battle spirits along the way? High level? Isn't the peak of the second layer high enough? This is the rule of this world. The peak of the second layer is the limit. Heavy Hammer explained with a smile. Zichen shook his head and said, But you are at the third layer domain. This is different. I came from the outside world and am not bound by the rules. Heavy Hammer patted Zichen's shoulder to reassure him. Is that really the case? Zichen smiled bitterly and said truthfully, Back then, we had a spiritual confrontation with the one who controlled the mountain's spirit king. I know that his strength is definitely above the second layer domain. Heavy Hammer's expression changed when he heard this. Zichen said, Even now, I still have the other party's spiritual thought. However, 99% of the battle spirits here are dead, but that spiritual thought still exists. Zichen looked at Heavy Hammer and said, Big brother Heavy Hammer, you should understand what I mean. Heavy Hammer's expression turned ugly, but he could not make up his mind. He is right. I also felt that it was strange before, but I always thought that it was the rule. Now, it seems that is not the case. The old man frowned and said in a deep voice. The others' expressions became unnatural, and their excitement disappeared without a trace. If such an existence really exists, why didn't they send reinforcements when the Nether Realm was destroyed? Someone was puzzled. This is indeed a suspicious point, but what if they are doing something more important than the destruction of the Nether Realm? The old man said, In the Nether Realm, what could be more important than the destruction of all the battle spirits? The answer was obvious, and everyone's expression changed. Can you find the hiding place of that battle spirit? On the city wall. Heavy Hammer looked at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded and said, I have an 80% chance. Why are you telling me? Heavy Hammer asked in confusion. Isn't it good to go back like this? Zichen raised his head and looked into the distance. He muttered, Of course it is good to go back like this, but I am worried that because of my selfishness, I will harm many innocent humans. Clearly, the intelligent Zichen had guessed what was about to happen. Heavy Hammer's eyes became resolute. He looked at Zichen and said, If I didn't know about this, I naturally wouldn't do anything. But if I knew, I would choose to stay. You should know that this is my mission here. Zichen nodded and said, I know. Since I said it, I will naturally stay. I am not as resolute as the other titled individuals, but since things have come to this, I will definitely not back down. Then what about the others? Heavy Hammer asked, looking at Zichen with eyes full of admiration. I will say that the rule I know is not enough to open the passage here. Heavy Hammer looked at Zichen in surprise. He actually wanted to lie to everyone. This was clearly not Zichen's usual style. Humanity cannot stand the test, but it is not meant to be tested. The entrance to the Nether Realm can only be opened once. So I will not test humanity at this time. There is no need to test those I deeply believe in, and there is no point in testing those who do not. Chapter 1527. Human nature could not withstand the test, and was not meant to be tested. This sentence was a classic in the ears of the battle spirits. All of the battle spirits present had lived for 2 lifetimes and naturally understood what Zichen meant. Even if there was a test, some people would choose righteousness and some would choose to give up. So what? Zichen only had one chance to open the Nether Realm. Naturally, he would not give this chance to others. He would only give it to himself or to those who made the same choice as him. Therefore, it was meaningless for others to choose not to. Moreover, Zichen was now standing on the side of righteousness for humanity. In the Starry Sky City, Zichen's summons resounded. Everyone came excitedly. A cultivator joked, "We're going back so soon. I still have a lot of good things to collect." The others laughed. It was obvious that everyone was in a good mood. Zichen's expression was gloomy as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's excitement gradually disappeared because of Zichen's gloomy expression. Under Zichen's expression, everyone suddenly felt a pressure in their hearts. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They all thought that there would be an unforeseen event. In the Starry Sky City that was covered in corpses, a group of humans gathered together. They did not say a word, and the atmosphere was very silent and oppressive. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on being alive. Next, I have bad news for everyone. It is very, very, very bad news. Zichen emphasized in a clear voice. Everyone's expression changed because they could vaguely guess what the bad news was. That's right. Everyone might have guessed it. We can't go back. To be precise, we can't go back from the Starry Sky City. Zichen said again, "Why can't we go back?" A cultivator asked in confusion. "That's because the perfect domain seed I've refined doesn't match the outsider's laws in this space." "What should we do if it doesn't match?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Zichen stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Now there are 2 ways. One is to give up and live here until the end of our lives. The other is to find a space that matches my laws. Once we find that place, we can enter and leave alive." The crowd began to discuss animatedly. In the netherworld, there was only this single large space, and there was no such thing as a small space. So if everyone wanted to find another matching space, it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Everyone, let's hurry up and search. If we can't find it in 3 days, I can only lead everyone to fight." Although they knew that there was no hope in 3 days, the anxious crowd had no choice but to disperse and find their way home. Looking at the anxious crowd, Zichen couldn't help but blame himself. But this was the most reasonable solution he could think of. The ignorant are fearless. While everyone was searching for the strange space that Zichen had mentioned, Zichen sat cross-legged on the city wall and waited quietly. The 3 days were actually for the 14 people who were seriously injured to recover. Zichen could guess that there would be one more battle, and it would be the final battle. There shouldn't be many battle spirits, but each and every one of them was a powerhouse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Naturally, no one found anything and returned dejectedly. The 14 people who were originally injured had recovered from their injuries in these 3 days, and their battle strength had returned to peak condition. Everyone gathered again, and Manshur asked, "What's the last method?" Zichen stretched out his hand, and a glowing mini mountain appeared. Zichen gently held the mountain and asked, "Does anyone remember this?" This was the Mountain Spirit King, who didn't know. Along the way, this fellow had played a crucial role. The Mountain Spirit King's contribution to the survival of so many people couldn't go unnoticed. Moreover, Zichen had spent a lot of effort to subdue it. It was also at that time that everyone learned that if Zichen died, none of them would be able to leave. "Isn't this the Mountain Spirit King? Why did you take it out?" Manshur asked, puzzled. Zichen weighed the mountain in his hand and said, "It took me several days to subdue it. Actually, I didn't tell everyone the truth. It didn't take me much time to subdue it. During those few days, I was fighting with another spiritual sense. That spiritual sense wasn't weak, and I've kept it until now." Everyone wasn't stupid. After hearing Zichen's words, their expressions changed. "You mean that spiritual sense is still there?" This time, it was Shantian who spoke. Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. The spiritual sense is still there, which means that the master isn't dead. I'm guessing that the place where the spiritual sense is located is the place where we can leave. Now, I'm 10% confident that I can find that place the moment I cut off the spiritual sense. When everyone heard this, they didn't show any joy. After fighting with Zi Chen's spiritual sense for so long, the other party was undoubtedly a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. If there was only one powerhouse in that place, then it would be fine. If there were many of them, then it would be dangerous to barge in. The foreign battle spirits here are too weak. Even the leaders are only SOSO. At first, I had some doubts, but now it seems that my suspicions are true. There is another space here, and that space has a true battle spirit powerhouse. The fortune teller hit the nail on the head. Everyone's already ugly expressions turned even uglier because of this. Today, I've gathered everyone here to tell you about this matter. Then, I'll let you decide for yourselves whether to find this place or not. If you find it, whether to go in or not. Everyone here will have one vote, and the decision will be decided by voting. The minority obeys the majority. Zi Chen held the mini mountain and looked at everyone. Those who agree, raise your left hand. Those who disagree, raise your right hand. Is there even a need to vote? It's obvious that we have to go. Otherwise, how are we going to go back? Man Sher's loud voice rang out, and then he raised his right hand. Cough. Those who agree, raise your left hand. Zi Chen coughed lightly. Man Sher smiled awkwardly and quickly changed his hand. I want to go back. Even if there is danger on the way back, I want to go back. Shen Tiandao raised his left hand and said seriously, this time if I can escape from death, after I go back, I will ignore the elders' objections and ask for a wife who will care about me and love me. While speaking, Shen Tiandao winked at Dongqing and Shang Guanhong. Along the way, the two of them were worried and trusting of Zi Chen. Their expressions made people feel conflicted. As long as one was not a fool, one could see their thoughts. But it was a pity that although Zi Chen was a competent leader, he was not a real man. He always tried to escape. It was really petty. However, people liked this kind of petty. It made people envious and jealous. Recently, even Wu Shuang and Jin Qingqing looked at Zi Chen with a somewhat ambiguous gaze. This made people feel uncomfortable. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong's faces turned red. They did not say anything, but they obediently raised their left hand. I want to go back too. Wu Shuang snorted and raised her hand. Lang Wei chuckled and said, I want to go back too. I want to be the matchmaker for Sister Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang hit Lang Wei's head and glared at him. Who asked you to be the matchmaker? Sister Wu Shuang, don't hit my head. It's inauspicious, Lang Wei said strangely. Pfft, what do you mean inauspicious? Wu Shuang glared again and rubbed Lang Wei's head gently. The latter chuckled again. Everyone is talking about getting a wife when they go back. Of course, I want to go back too. When I go back, I will marry Qingchen. By then, everyone will come to the wedding. Yiming smiled and looked at Jin Qingqing. The latter was expressionless. Yiming smiled proudly and secretly looked at Zi Chen. The latter was expressionless too. Yiming was from Golden Leaf City. His identity was on par with Jin Qingqing. If he really went back alive, Yiming's prominent identity would be obvious. Although Zi Chen was the leader now, if he really left, the gap between Zi Chen and Yiming's identity would be reversed, just like the gap between the two's combat power. This was originally a joke from Shen Tiandao. Unexpectedly, everyone used it to make a fuss. Everyone said that they wanted to get a wife. In an instant, the atmosphere was stirred up. Everyone's sensitivity to danger was greatly reduced. Since they chose to leave, they naturally had to fight. Zi Chen looked at the crowd again. After this battle, he did not know how many people could really go back and get a wife. He suddenly became sad and a little depressed. He said, Everyone, we have been fighting side by side all this time. We are brothers of life and death. If there is anything you need from me, Zi Chen, if I don't die, you can ask me for help in the future. Everyone nodded. This was a separation of life and death. Many people who were emotional also felt sad. However, there were some who did not think so. Besides his identity as the leader, Zichen's other identity was that of Huping City. Who would go to Huping City to ask for help? Their cities were all ranked at the top. There were countless powerhouses in their clans. Although Zichen was currently suppressing everyone and had the greatest combat power, once he went to the outside world, there would be many powerhouses who could kill Zichen without the restriction of the prefectural boundaries. Of course, those who had such thoughts did not express their thoughts. They only nodded solemnly. After all, Zichen was still the leader. However, Zichen was so smart that he could definitely be called master. The other party's eyes flashed, and he already guessed what the other party was thinking. He smiled, but felt a little awkward. He did not expect to be ignored when he expressed his feelings. The youth in linen clothes, Shantian Dao, was very innocent. He did not know what the others were thinking. He was affected by Zichen's words and said emotionally, "Zichen is my big brother. His words are my words. If we go back alive, we will be brothers of life and death. If you need help, just ask someone to ask." Shantian Dao was a titled cultivator of Shantian City. His combat power was only slightly weaker than Zichen's, but his status was hundreds of levels higher than Zichen's. His words naturally carried a lot of weight. Everyone nodded repeatedly, and they also had a higher opinion of Zichen. Everything else aside, with Shantian Dao's help in the future, Zichen would naturally be able to reach a very high level. If Zichen left Huping City, Shantian Dao would definitely try to rope him into Shantian City. In this way, Zichen's status would naturally be high. There was still a long way to go before they could go back. Thus, everyone had to think about their future. If they took the opportunity to befriend the geniuses of some major forces, there would only be benefits and no harm in the future. Thus, after Zichen expressed his feelings, some other thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. P.S. This chapter was originally going to be called Human Nature, but after thinking about it, I decided not to embarrass myself. The human heart represents the individual, and the general meaning of human nature is too great. Chapter 1528. Everyone was chatting with smiles on their faces. Their thoughts were lively, but they had neglected the upcoming danger. Listening to the emotional laughter of the crowd, Zichen wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. It was just a moment of emotion, but it actually brought about such an effect. It was fine if they had opinions about him, but they must not affect the final battle. Some people in the team could also sense this subtle change in mood, and all of them were sneering in their hearts. Before they even left, they were already looking down on Zichen, thinking that Zichen came from a lowly background. It was clear that even titled experts viewed Zichen in a new light and called Zichen Big Brother. Did they really think that titled experts were blind? After all, they were still a small faction. Although their status was higher than that of Huping City, their knowledge was far inferior to that of Shantian and the others. There would be no end to this conversation. So Zichen interrupted everyone and said, "All right, since everyone has decided to leave, I'll cut off this strand of spiritual will now." Everyone stopped talking, returned to reality, and nodded. The one who truly sensed the existence of that space was the Mountain Spirit King. So Zichen only needed to cut off that strand of spiritual will. Zichen's spiritual will turned into a sharp blade and cut off that strand of spiritual will. Advance for 5 kilometers. As soon as he cut off that strand of spiritual will, the Mountain Spirit King's voice rang out in Zichen's consciousness. Zichen leaped down the city wall and flew at extreme speed. 5 kilometers to the left, the Mountain Spirit King said again. Under the guidance of the Mountain Spirit King, Zichen began to move at high speed. Finally, he stopped in front of an intact building without any sun. This was a magnificent mansion, and so far it was the only building in the city that was still intact. This was originally the city lord's mansion of the battle spirits, where the strongest lived. Arriving outside the city lord's mansion, Zichen was very surprised. Apparently, according to the Mountain Spirit King, the space was here. After entering the city lord's mansion, Chen followed the mountain spirit king's perception and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous building. It was a relatively small house that seemed to be the residence of a servant. The mountain spirit king clearly stated that the connection with the spiritual had disappeared from here. Could it be inside? Chen frowned and entered without hesitation. The house was only a few dozen square meters in size. There was no furniture, and it was very empty. It was not like an ordinary house. Shen Dao and the others arrived soon after. Seeing the empty house, they all had different expressions. The other space should be here. Man sure walked in and knocked around to check the surroundings. The others also joined in and checked the surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. Chen's perfect spiritual sense covered every corner of the room. He carefully probed, but he didn't find anything unusual. Inadvertently, Chen's gaze fell on the reflective ground. The ground was covered with a layer of smooth stone material that reflected light. Chen tried to probe it with his spiritual senses, but was blocked by an invisible force. Chen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and struck the ground below. A powerful force landed on the solid ground. In the face of such a powerful attack, the ground didn't shatter. Instead, it dissolved the force. That's the problem. Everyone turned to look at the ground in unison. Gowen stared at the ground and said, "I felt the aura of a formation from the attack just now. The ground should be a large formation. Can it be broken?" Chen asked. Gowen nodded and said, "The mountain spirit king can." Boom! It was the same formation and the same attack. The mountain spirit king's powerful attack directly shattered the ground. A huge underground passage appeared. There was a blue stone staircase that extended downwards. Chen walked in front while the others followed behind. They walked down the staircase. In the eyes of humans, this was the nether realm. However, in the eyes of the foreign race battle spirits, this was the starry realm. It was said that the foreign race originally lived in the boundless starry sky. In the starry realm, many powerful foreign race battle spirits had finally succeeded in opening up another space outside this world after tens of millions of years of hard work. The new space was not big, and there were no resources in it. It was not suitable for living. However, all the foreign race battle spirits in the Starry Sky City gathered here. This was because this world was very similar to the Starry Sky world they used to live in. Following the opening of this world, the battle spirits stayed in this world and became busy. After countless years of hard work, they finally succeeded in connecting the two worlds. However, they still lacked a passageway to connect the two worlds. At this moment, hundreds of battle spirits were working hard to connect the two worlds. It was the most critical moment. At this time, they wouldn't care even if the Starry Sky world collapsed, let alone the death of all the battle spirits in the Starry Sky City. This was because once the passageway was opened, they would be able to return to the world they were in. At the same time, the foreign race could also descend. A group of hundreds of battle spirits gathered in the deepest part of this spatial world. They surrounded a hexagonal 9-meter-tall platform in a triangle. The surface of the platform was engraved with complicated and clear carvings. Spatial power emerged from the carvings and the lines crisscrossed. If one looked at it with one's eyes, one would see a huge Xing-Qin diagram. In this diagram, there were many Xing-Qin diagrams, which made one feel lost at a glance. 3 directions, 6 sides, 9 heights, 3 talents, 6 directions, and 9 extremes. The battle spirits' positions and the layout of the platform were very particular. Outside the 9 extremes and 6 directions were the 3 talents, which represented the 3 directions of battle spirits. These battle spirits were divided into 3 major stages and 1 minor stage. In the 3 major stages, there were more than 100 foreign race battle spirits sitting cross-legged. The weakest battle spirit was at the 4th sky domain realm, while the strongest was at the 6th sky domain realm. The 6th sky domain realm was higher than the city lord of Huping City, and its battle strength was extremely powerful. There were also more than 100 battle spirits in the last minor stage. They stood around without any rules, as if they were outsiders. The battle strength of these battle spirits was also the weakest, only at the third sky domain realm. The battle spirits in the 3 major stages sat cross-legged and did not say a word. Those battle spirits who looked like protectors at the periphery were even more silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Suddenly, a battle spirit appeared out of thin air and stood in the air. His realm was not the highest among the battle spirits, only at the 5th sky. However, he was the leader of the group of battle spirits. His eyes were as bright as Xing Chen's as they swept across the whole place. His sonorous voice resounded in the sky. In order to connect the 2 worlds, generations of ancestors have worked hard and sacrificed their lives. Finally, in our generation, we have reached the final step. Next, it will be. At this point, he suddenly paused. There was a slight change in the leader's indifferent expression. He murmured, "Interesting. You actually destroyed my spiritual thought at this time. It seems that it is time for the humans to invade again. However, even if you come, you won't be able to change the outcome." "Why? The humans are invading again." An old voice was heard. It was the 6th sky domain realm cultivator of the 1st stage. The others looked up at the leader. The leader waved his hand and said faintly, "I lost a spiritual thought. Maybe the humans have appeared. Judging by the time, the humans should be here. But it doesn't matter. They will never come here." The battle spirits nodded with a resolute look on their faces. "Now, it's time for everyone to contribute. It's up to you whether we can open the passage between the 2 worlds," the leader said again. "We will do our best." The battle spirits shouted. After that, more than 100 battle spirits in the 3 stages began to form hand seals. Everyone's hand seals were exactly the same. In the end, they all hugged each other in front of their chests. Buzz! The 9-meter-high array platform trembled. Many lines lit up. The originally dazzling Xing Qin diagram began to shine with a brilliant light. After the 3 stages of battle spirits hugged each other, faint traces of energy began to emerge from their bodies. This energy was their own strength. Besides strength, there was also a life force. This was their life force. To provide strength and also provide life force. This was clearly a form of sacrifice. Those who sacrificed themselves would almost always die. Faint traces of strength, bringing with them a rich life force, entered the hexagonal platform. This strength passed through the complex lines and revolved, evolving into a new strength. This strength was the purest strength of an alien race. It formed above the platform and then slowly floated up into the air. It looked like a shining pillar of space. In the air, as the leader saw this expanding pillar, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. This was a sign that the passage was forming. Once it connected the heavens and earth, a passage to the stars could be opened. The sacrificial battle spirit powerhouses were expressionless. They were like old monks sitting in meditation. Faint traces of strength were poured into the array platform. As for their auras and life force, they began to rapidly decline. The first to collapse were the 4th heavenly layer battle spirits. Relatively speaking, their life force and strength were the weakest. As the last trace of strength left their bodies, these 4th heavenly layer battle spirits shriveled up like dried corpses. They had lost all life force and had already died. In the outside world, the 3rd heavenly layer battle spirits had solemn expressions as they observed a moment of silence. Above the platform, the pillar slowly rose. It was already dozens of meters high, but there was still some distance before it reached the horizon. After a moment, the 5th heavenly layer battle spirits were also unable to withstand it. They turned into dried corpses and died, leaving behind the greatly reduced 6th heavenly layer battle spirits. In the air, the leader looked down at the battle spirits that had lost their life force. His face was expressionless. After a moment, he indifferently said, "Make up for it." Outside, 50 of the 103rd Heavenly Layer battle spirits immediately rushed out. They sat down cross-legged and formed seals with their hands. Beginning the sacrifice, Zi-Chin and the others followed the passage underground and saw a space channel. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he stepped in. After entering the space channel and arriving at another space, Zi-Chin immediately saw a giant shining pillar. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw this pillar, Zi-Chin had a feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 1529. Zi-Chin remembered where he had seen this pillar. It was in the world where the Thunder Clan had fallen. When the alien race invaded the Thunder Clan's world, this was the first thing that appeared. At this moment, Zi-Chin saw the lifeless alien race corpses below and the pillar that reached into the sky. He immediately understood the alien race's plan, and his expression changed. He had already guessed this before, but it was only the worst guess. He didn't expect his guess to be true. Hammer and the others came later and saw the scene in front of them. Damn it, it's a passage. These abominable aliens want to open up a passage between the two worlds. The elder outside immediately opened his eyes wide and cursed when he saw the pillar. In a flash, Hammer said, "This is a passage between the two worlds. If they open it up, they can leave, and the alien race can also come here. Tell Zi-Chin to destroy it at all costs. After it's destroyed, I'll let everyone choose whatever resources they want. Huping City's quota will increase by 20. The elder was anxious after seeing the passage, so he gave everyone a huge reward. Once the alien race invaded, it would mean a great loss of life. The reason why there was this Manor Realm was because of the alien race's invasion. If they destroyed the alien race's invasion plan, they would have done a great deed. Losing some resources was nothing. What are these? Alien race? Why are there so many of them? Damn it, level 3. They're all level 3. The crowd came later. When they saw the alien race's battle spirits, their expressions changed drastically. The weakest alien race present was at level 3, and they were standing at the outermost periphery. They looked like guardians, but they couldn't imagine how powerful the alien race in the depths was. The crowd couldn't sense their realms, but they were still shocked. Seeing such a scene, the human team panicked. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to retreat, but there was no way back. Level 6 battle spirits. How generous! Shan Lei looked forward and sneered. He sensed the realm of the battle spirits in the depths. Shen-Tian and the other titled experts surged with killing intent in their eyes. This is a world passage that leads directly to the other world. The alien races can travel back and forth between the two worlds. Master has just promised that if we destroy the world passage, all of you will be free to choose any resources you want from the domain prefecture. Huping City's ranking will rise by 20 places. Hammer transmitted a message to Zi-Chin. With such a generous reward, Zi-Chin was not moved at all. His expression did not change at all. His spiritual thoughts spread out and covered the whole place. Then his indifferent voice sounded. Everyone, the exit is here. But if you want to leave, you still need to fight one last battle. Retreat will only lead to death. Only by fighting to the death can you have a chance of survival. At this moment, the rewards were meaningless to them because they all had billions of luck points on them. If they went back, they would not be able to exchange for anything. Since he could get everything, what was the use of the so-called reward? Currently, the rewards were useless, so he could only use this method to stimulate everyone's determination to fight to the death. Sure enough, as Zi-Chen's words fell, the slightly panicked group gradually calmed down, and a cold, murderous aura spread out. This was the last battle. If they won, they would leave. If they died, they would stay. With the sudden appearance of the humans, the whole world was filled with a human aura. The leader of the alien races immediately sensed it and turned to look at where the humans were. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Oh, they are here. The leader of the alien races, who was at the 5th stage domain, thought for a while and understood everything. He could not help but be surprised. The humans could come here because the Starry Sky City had been destroyed. They had destroyed his spiritual thoughts in order to find this place. In the crowd, he saw Zichen at a glance. Without needing to verify, he guessed that Zichen was the leader of the humans, the one who had destroyed his spiritual thoughts. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he said indifferently, "Go and finish them." During this time, the alien race fighting spirits in the three positions were still sacrificing without being moved. Behind the three were the fighting spirits in the third heaven. They looked at each other, and 10 of them walked out and swept toward the humans indifferently. 10 fighting spirits in the third stage domain were enough to kill more than 50 humans. The leader turned back and continued to pay close attention to the passage. Fight to the death. Zichen's cold voice resounded. As the leader, he was the first to rush forward. Looks like we can only fight to the death. The fortune teller shook his head and followed closely. Haha, I finally see a real fighting spirit. Shen Dao laughed and rushed forward. Swoosh! The figure of the misty shadow disappeared. Jin Qingqing turned into a ray of golden light and left. A strange red light flashed in the eyes of the dark mantle. It was like a rolling demonic cloud, rushing toward one of the fighting spirits. The 3 guides rushed forward without hesitation. 9 of the 10 fighting spirits had already rushed forward. There was only 1 left. Wu Xie said loudly, "Let me do it." He followed the 9 guides and went toward the 10th fighting spirit. In this battle, both sides did not know each other's background. They wanted to end it quickly. I can even calculate fate, let alone the life of a fighting spirit. The voice of the fortune teller reverberated between heaven and earth. He pointed a finger at the sky and shouted solemnly, "Calculate life and death." In the sky, the power of space twisted and a black hole appeared. In the next moment, a ray of light broke through the black hole and a huge book appeared. The book shone brightly and surged with a mysterious power. In the distance, everyone's expression changed when they saw the book in the sky. Someone exclaimed, "That's the book of Destiny City." It said that this book can calculate the fate of the heavens and all lives in the world. This was the first time the fortune teller had used such a technique. He summoned a mysterious book out of thin air, which shocked everyone. The fortune teller's finger slowly slid down and landed on the fighting spirit that was rushing toward him. He said indifferently, "Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death." Swoosh! In the sky, the book of destiny opened a page. Rays of light spread out and illuminated the world. A ray of light shot out from the page and fell on the fighting spirit below. This ray of light did not contain a trace of energy. It was very mysterious. The fighting spirit did not sense any danger, but he still put up his strongest defense. The ray of light from the page ignored all defenses and fell on the fighting spirit's body. The fortune teller retracted his finger and said indifferently, "Today's first calculation. You will die." In front of him, the fighting spirit did not sense anything strange. But after the words of the fortune teller, his vision turned black and he lost his vitality. He really died. After the first calculation, the book of destiny in the sky slowly dissipated. The surroundings were deathly silent. A third-level fighting spirit was killed by a few words from the fortune teller. Even Zichen had a look of surprise on his face. The path of pre-celestial divination was indeed mysterious. The fortune teller only said a few words and said that an expert had died. This was much more shocking than killing someone with a single slash. Heavenly Tao, descend. In this deathly silent world, a cold shout suddenly rang out. It came from where the Heavenly Tao was. He had a pious expression on his face as he half knelt in the sky. He looked up at the sky as if he was worshipping something. In the sky, another spatial vortex appeared. But this time what appeared was not a book, but a ray of energy. This ray of energy represented vastness, boundlessness, and uniqueness in the world. This ray of energy was like the heavenly Tao. After it appeared, it caused the entire world to tremble. This ray of energy fell from the sky and struck a powerful fighting spirit. What the heavenly Tao pursued was the heavenly Tao. Everything was cultivated according to the heavens. Devoutly cultivating, one could sense the heavenly Tao and borrow its power. Back then, the ThunderClan powerhouse that Zichen had met after who knew how many tens of thousands of years had failed to pass down the complete 9 fleeting lightning to Zichen. This was because of the heavenly Tao law. Although the current heavenly Tao law could not compare to the one from back then, Zichen still felt a familiar aura from it. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Even Zichen was shocked. It could be seen how mysterious this attack was. Thus, the second battle spirit of the foreign race died. The heavenly Tao stood up. His whole body glowed. The heavenly Tao law was on his body, making him look like a messenger of the heavenly Tao. There was Shuntian City in Shuntian Prefecture, and there was the heavenly Tao in Shuntian City. In terms of magical techniques, only the heavenly Tao in the first city could suppress the heavenly Tao in the second city. The first and second fighting spirit's magical techniques were incomparably magical. The third fighting spirit, Hidden Mist, could not help but shake his head and sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have been the first to fight. That way, I would have been more impressive. But now I'm completely outclassed. How embarrassing. While mocking himself, Hidden Mist's body glowed. The light flashed and disappeared. Everyone could not see Hidden Mist's body. They could only see a shadow. Gold and silver light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He looked at Hidden Mist. Under the yin-yang eye, he could only see a shadow. He could not see Hidden Mist's real body. Hidden Mist, who had turned into a shadow, was even faster. In an instant, he was in front of the third fighting spirit. The second fighting spirit launched a fierce attack. But who in the world could hit and kill a shadow? One attack after another pierced through the shadow and shot into the distance. Then the shadow slowly raised his hand. A shadow weapon appeared in his hand. He stabbed it toward the heart of the third fighting spirit. With one stab, the defense of the foreign fighting spirit was completely broken. He was shocked and retreated. Hidden Mist followed, closely behind. The second attack pierced through the heart of the foreign fighting spirit. Fear appeared on the foreign fighting spirit's face. He retreated again and again, but Hidden Mist followed him like a shadow. After that, the foreign fighting spirit was shocked to find that the shadow of the enemy seemed to have become his own shadow. Who could get rid of their own shadow? Therefore, the shadow launched another attack, stabbing toward the heart of the foreign fighting spirit. Just like that, the shadow stabbed dozens of times. It completely pierced a big hole in the heart of the foreign fighting spirit until he died. However, no one could tell whether the non-humankind battle spirit was stabbed to death or scared to death. The third war spirit expert had fallen. A fierce killing intent appeared. The fourth fighting spirit had arrived beside Zichen. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He clenched the scabbard in his hand and instantly pulled out his saber. Chapter 1530. Along the way, the 3 titled warriors had shown strong combat strength. In the eyes of the crowd, the titled warriors were only slightly weaker than Zichen. As for their strongest attacks, they did not have the chance to use them along the way. Today, facing the enemy's battle spirits that were 2 realms higher than them, the 3 titled warriors decisively attacked. As soon as they attacked, they displayed unparalleled strength. With 3 attacks, they killed 3 level 3 battle spirits. Each of them was 2 realms higher than them. Such combat strength shocked everyone. The titled warriors had finally shown their power. On the human side, 3 battle spirits were killed in the blink of an eye. The 4th battle spirit locked onto Zichen with murderous intent. Its realm was the same as the previous 3, level 3. Its eyes were emitting cold, murderous intent as it flew towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes were cold. He held the scabbard tightly in his hand and slowly walked forward. At this moment, the only skill he could use was the sword drawing technique, and only the sword-drawing technique. Once the sword-drawing technique was used, who could compete with it? A flash of sword light cut through the sky. When the long sword was unsheathed, there was only a flash of sword light. Just like the first time Zichen saw the sword-drawing technique, the flash of sword light arrived in front of the battle spirit at an incredible speed. The sword light completely engulfed the battle spirit. The battle spirit did not seem to struggle, but its head flew high into the sky. One slash. Such a move was also shocking. However, as Hidden Mist had said, although Zichen's attack was fast and decisive, the visual effect was still not as good as that of the 3 titled warriors. However, Zichen still killed the enemy. A golden feather appeared in Jin Qingqing's hand. The golden feather was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through space and heading straight for the 5th battle spirit. Puff! The golden feather instantly pierced through the glabella of the level 3 battle spirit, cutting off its life force. Next, the 3 guides attacked. When they were alive, they were the 3 commanders. After they died, they turned into battle spirits. They were also existences at the spirit might level. Coupled with their level 3 realms, when they attacked with their full strength, their combat strength was naturally strong. A rolling demonic cloud shrouded the 9th foreign race war spirit. The demonic cloud was formed by the dark screen. His combat strength was second only to a titled warrior, or it could be said that he was on par with a titled warrior. The rolling demonic clouds turned into real bodies, and the non-humankind battle spirits that were enveloped by the demonic clouds died instantly. This was the 9th alien battle spirit that had died. Out of the 10, 1 was left. The last one was Wu Xie. With his immortal body, Wu Xie could be said to be the luckiest out of everyone here. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the last non-humankind battle spirit. The latter attacked and shattered Wu Xie's body. Then the undying body was activated, and Wu Xie's undying battle spirit died. 10 humans appeared from the beginning to the end, and after 10 attacks, 10 foreign race battle spirits died. In the distance, when the leader of the 5th heavenly layer saw this scene, his eyebrows twitched slightly as he said in surprise, "Interesting, no wonder he could reach this place." Below, the sacrificial offering was about to come to an end. He didn't want anyone to disturb it, so he decisively waved his hand. The remaining foreign race battle spirits turned around and charged towards Zichen and the others. Previously, the 10 experts had killed their enemies in 1 strike, and they had displayed great strength. However, after that, the other foreign race battle spirits were on guard, and it was naturally impossible for them to kill their enemies in 1 strike. In addition, there were many foreign race battle spirits, and they no longer gave the experts a chance to fight one-on-one. As for the 10 experts, each of their attacks consumed a lot of energy to kill enemies 2 levels higher than them. The group of foreign race battle spirits all rushed over, and a real battle of life and death immediately began. This was a battle of life and death. In the sky, the leader remained unmoved. So what if they destroyed the Starry Sky City? So what if their combat strength was extraordinary? The connection between the 2 worlds was set in stone, and no one could stop it. He glanced behind him. There were more than 40 level 3 foreign race battle spirits. It was not a problem for them to block the attack of these humans. Then he raised his head and looked towards the sky. The passageway had already extended there. As long as they rushed out of this world, they would naturally resonate with the other world. At that time, the 2 worlds would be connected, and the foreign race army would descend. Due to the huge gap between their realms and their combat strength, the human cultivators began to die as soon as the battle began. To be able to break through in the netherworld, which was suppressed by the rules, proved that these battle spirits had high potential. They must have been extremely famous existences when they were alive. Against the humans, the latter were naturally no match. However, in the process of the 2 sides fighting, some foreign race battle spirits were also killed. After all, there were still powerful existences on the human side. Destroy that passageway first. Zichen looked straight ahead with a firm goal. He kept using the saber drawing technique, not to kill the enemy, but to repel the enemy. He wanted to destroy that passageway. Shentiondio and Destiny Teller flashed over and blocked the enemies attacking Zichin. They signaled Zichin to charge forward. However, immediately after, another foreign race battle spirit blocked Zichen's path. These battle spirits were not stupid. When they attacked, their main goal was to stop the enemy and stall for time. Because many battle spirits were focused on Zichin, the other humans behind them had the chance to attack together. In the outside world, the Elder and the others were very anxious. However, there were too many foreign race battle spirits. Zichin and the others could not charge forward at all. The 6 foreign race battle spirits had finally exhausted their powerful vitality during the sacrifice. As for the level 3 foreign race battle spirits, they had already died. The passageway went straight into the sky and broke through the world. In the sky, the leader's hand seals were formed to complete the last step. Buzz. The space trembled. Buzz. The netherworld was trembling. Buzz. Tongyu Tower was trembling. Buzz. The entire prefecture realm was trembling. In the midst of the trembling, a vast aura swept through the entire prefecture realm. All the battle spirits, whether awakened or not, were shocked by this unfamiliar and powerful aura. The Elder's expression froze. He murmured, "It's over. It's all over." Through the heavy hammer, they saw the passageway that went straight into the sky. At this moment, the passageway was completely open and connected the 2 worlds. The power of the foreign races was already surging in it. Seeing this scene, Zichin and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, the latter did not care and displayed his strongest violent power. Boom! He released the last bit of lightning from his body. Then he put on his armor and flapped his thunder wings, rushing straight to the high platform in front of him. An attack locked onto Zichin and went straight to Zichin. Swoosh! The heavy hammer blocked the attack for Zichin. Boom! The void trembled as another powerful attack descended. Dozens of saber lights descended and destroyed this attack. The tyrant saber stood beside Zichin. A dazzling fist light, like a meteor, emitted a powerful destructive aura and blocked the 3rd attack for Zichin. The 3 guides blocked 3 attacks for Zichin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shen Tiandao and Fortune Teller made their moves. They flashed to Zichen's sides and blocked another 2 attacks. At this moment, Zichin did not make a move. He only charged forward, charging forward without any regard for his life. As for his life, it was left to the others. Zichen's speed was the fastest in the world. He was currently known to have the ability to teleport. However, the enemies were too strong. Their attack speed was also very fast. Every attack landed on Zichin at the right time. The hidden mist shadow then flashed to Zichen's side. Its body turned from ethereal to solid, blocking an attack from a peak 3rd stage battle spirit for Zichin. Energy exploded and the hidden mist shadow was sent flying backwards. Boom! The dark screen that came after was also sent flying by a powerful energy. These foreign race battle spirits were all at the 3rd layer domain realm. However, there were 4 other realms within the 3rd layer domain realm. The ones blocking Zichin and the others were undoubtedly the strongest of the 3rd layer domain realm. Powerful beings stepped forward one after another. They did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to block the attack for Zichin. As for Wu Xia, his body directly exploded. Man sure vomited blood and was sent flying. In a short moment, no less than 10 people blocked the attack for Zichin. Zichin finally rushed out of the range of the energy and headed for the passage ahead. The passage had been formed, but it would take some time to connect to the other world. Whoosh! When they were still a few hundred meters apart, Zichin drew his saber. A saber light like a waterfall extended for a few hundred meters and slashed towards the high platform. Outside the high platform, ripples of light appeared. Zichin's attack was easily neutralized by the ripples of light. Annoyance flashed in his eyes. Zi-chun rushed forward and reached the high platform in an instant. He held the saber with both hands and slashed at the high platform in front of him. In the sky, the leader was still unmoved. Clang! Zi-chun's attack landed. Sparks flew, and the ripples of light began to tremble. Again, Zi-chun shouted. Zi-chun's attack was not weak. If this continued, the defense would be broken in a few moves. The passage had not been formed yet and could not protect the high platform. The leader had no choice but to stop the human and let the passage operate on its own. Zi-chun raised his attack once again, but before he could land it, he felt a powerful force bearing down on him. This force was extremely oppressive, just like when he had first arrived in this world. The pressure from all directions was so oppressive that Zi-chun could not move at all. All this was caused by the leader pointing a finger at Zi-chun. Open! Zi-chun roared, and the lightning around his body surged crazily, breaking through the energy pressure and landing on the ripple again. The ripples twisted wildly. Zi-chun could break it with just one move. Unfortunately, the leader was angry and did not give Zi-chun the chance. Zi-chun felt as if he had lost his center of gravity, and his body flew backwards. It was the leader who grabbed Zi-chun's collar and threw him out. One was at the peak of level 1, and the other was at the peak of level 5. There was a difference of 4 levels. The latter was qualified to beat Zi-chun. As soon as Zi-chun was thrown out, he stood up and stomped on Zi-chun's chest. Bang! Zi-chun's body fell straight to the ground, creating a deep pit. The ground exploded. Zi-chun turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. The leader arrived in front of Zi-chun in an instant. His expression was indifferent as he punched. Bang! Zi-chun was sent flying by the punch. The difference in their levels was too big. Zi-chun could not fight back at all. The leader did not say a word. He just beat Zi-chun back and forth with a mocking look in his eyes. Shen Tian and the others were suppressed by the other war spirits and could not rush forward. The passage between the two worlds was finally connected.